reasons why Joshua Dawn would have won the toss and chose to bowl first. There's a lot of moisture early on. If you get through that first 45 minutes or so, it's going to be a pretty flat track. There's usually not much in it for the bowlers, but towards the last day, that last session of the last day is going to be really tough. It's going to turn, so.
Yeah, there was some. I looked at the last delivery. It was just balloon type bongs. No great pace just yet. Nice angles though to start with there from Pollard.
Keeper Gadson Bowens collects cleanly. Gadson Bowens still really young. I remember last year he would have been part of that under 19 team, as well as Joshua Dawn. That Barbados under 19 team, that is. Would have played the first game against Trinidad and Tobago as well. Didn't really have the greatest of tournaments, but he's so young, and it's good to see young players getting the opportunities at that high level of cricket.
Again, outside the off stump, but he wants to have Jones playing at those deliveries. You want to use the new ball to good effect. You don't want to waste the new ball, so to speak. And you spoke about the wind coming from left to right, which is from the east down to the west, and you can see it if you look at the fielders out there. Their shirts are ruffled with that wind, that very strong wind coming from the east. Here's a lanky Pollard. Reminds me of a player who would have played for Australia before you were born, a guy by the name of Bruce Reid. Tall, wiry, lanky figure, gets his wickets because of his height and the awkward bunks that he can get even on tracks like this at the National Cricket Centre. Now, it's not the quickest track, but there is something for the bowlers. Once you put your effort in, I think you will be rewarded.
It reminds me a bit of Jatario Prescott, who would have played for the Barbados under 19 team and would have played for Barbados under 17 last year as well. But that sort of shuffle through the crease, really. There's no real jump in his action, and a bit of Jofra Archer in there as well.
Yeah, he's just running through. He's just cutting that crease and running through. And that's all well and good. You don't get the type of pace. There's an argument that you don't get the type of pace because there's not that big jump. Well, what about Jofra Archer? He has proven that to be false, because I think it's all about the mechanics of your run-up, your delivery. Again, Pollard too wide on this occasion. It's the end of the over. I think we've come to the end of the over. And at the end of the over, it should be 5 without loss.
He just also seems to be missing his run-up a bit. Not sure if it's just first game nerves, but I think once he gets that sorted, he could be a good bowler. And yeah, at the end of the first 5 without loss, very good start. We see umpire Sandy there having a word. Just looking at the foot marks.
Well, you would have remembered Bowen. You would have played against Jamaica in the under-19s last year. How was that outing for you?
It was good. I think personally, I think the team could have done a lot better, and just things didn't really work out for the Trinidad and Tobago team. But Jamaica would have completed the double last year, and then this year again Trinidad were a bit disappointing, but Barbados won the double this year, so that's what I said. I think between these two teams is where you're gonna probably have first and second here, along with Trinidad and Tobago, who would want to have something to say about that. No ball to start from Newton.
Nelson, I think it is. Is it?
It's the Manny Roach.
Roach. So he has it's a good name. Big shoes to fill. Nice approach though, strong approach.
Sam flicked away nicely from Savio Jones. In fact, this the skipper, Tyreek Bryan. After the
Outfield at the National Cricket Centre here looks a bit heavy though. It's well grassed. I'm getting an impression because of the rain that we have had that it's looking a bit heavy. So in the early exchanges you might not get the value for your shots. A bit wayward there by Roach.
like his approach though, I like his run up, good action, good pace coming off of it as well. As we mentioned, it's not the quickest of tracks here and there's always that early morning moisture. So the Jamaicans will just have to be a bit watchful early on. I think once you see off that first 45 minutes, that first half an hour, you're going to be okay. It is quite a flat track as I mentioned, not much in it for bowlers.
Oh, that's 4. That should go for 4 down the leg side as well. And they're just coming across. Let's see if he got bat onto it. No pad. So I think they will take it anyhow they get it. Again, badly lined. And there's some shape there, Liam.
Yeah, that one came back in, and with the heavy breeze that we spoke about, it's going to assist him with that. I think once he gets that ball to line up, it could be really dangerous. This time outside the off stump, and dying on the way to the keeper shows you that there's probably a bit of moisture on that side. There has been some poor weather in Trinidad for the past few weeks, so the outfield does seem to be a bit heavy. Usually isn't. Usually a pretty quick outfield here at the cricket centre, but full toss again from Roach and hit down to mid-off. They're going to complete an easy single there.
If you look at the outfield, as I said, it's well grassed. It's a bit heavy. But as Roach is running in, the square itself seems to be hard and dry and dusty. You can see a puff of dust for every time he lands his feet.
3 slips and a gully as well for Roach. I think now Don moves to mid-on to mid-off. There's a backward point, a cover, mid-off, and there's 2 fielders on the leg side, a mid-wicket and a long leg. Driven nicely but straight to cover, and Newton there.
So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 13 without loss.
It's going to be Jakeem Pollard to continue from the northern end. First over going for 5. Would want to be a bit tighter than that early on. Started off with that no ball and full toss that went for 4, but he's going to be bowling to Tyreek Bryan. He was way too wide outside the off stump to the right hander, Dylan. and he's going to have to adjust quickly to the left-hander now.
I think he was a bit short as well. Wasn't able to make use of the new ball. Hopefully he has a better start to this over.
Much better delivery there.
Well, certainly a better start than the 4 to his first over.
Just want to have a look at that again. That one just seemed to sneak past the off stump. Yeah, Yorker line delivery was a good delivery from. It's a good delivery from Joaquin Pollard.
Always room for a Yorker in any format of cricket, not just the shorter ones. Targeting the stumps is always important.
Better delivery, good line. Brian getting across the off stump a bit and just working it to the fielder there, Zonje Batiste at short mid wicket. The 6-3 field for Joaquin Pollard is a long leg. Short mid wicket on a mid on the leg side, and 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, short cover, and a mid off on the offside. Misses his run again, and I spoke about that, Dylan. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but there was a few times where he missed his run up in that first over. Obviously, the first ball would have been a no ball, and 1 or 2 times he pulled out of his run up. Then a couple of times he bowled, looking a bit of a stutter step before the crease, and I think that's been the reason he's been so inconsistent so far.
I think this is a pretty difficult venue to get accustomed to that sort of run up with the dry area around the square.
Much better delivery there. So not good length, rising a bit on Brian. Caught him by a bit of surprise. You look at this form of the game, 2-day cricket, red ball cricket. You want to be as consistent as possible early on. You want to make as much use of the new ball as possible. Bowl a bit full, get that ball swinging, cause some misuse.
If you have those 3 slips in place, you want to at least give them something to do so they don't fall asleep.
Skipper Dawn there
Well,
at slip. As a drive, this one not carrying. Just bouncing right before the keeper, one of those difficult, awkward lengths. And they're going to go to back for 2. And they completed successfully there.
good running up front by the Jamaican team. At least able to push the fielders. A bit of repair work to the stumps too.
And showing some urgency to get that 2 there. Usually, in this form, you hit the ball out to the deep fielders and you just settle for 1 early on. But it's good to see the urgency from this young Jamaican opening pair, Brian and Jones.
2 good slippers going out now to about. Would that just be a gully position?
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully. As Pollard runs into bowl. Right on spot. Much better delivery there.
Yeah, it's nice. Move forward to defend on that occasion. Brian. It's a little bit inconsistent in this over, Pollard, but of course with this under 17 tournament, you're always looking towards improving that, so certainly is something you'd want to be working on. Always useful to have that left arm angle as a pacer, so good natural strengths for him already.
Wide outside the off stump again, and Brian having a drive with a bit of away movement. So no one just running through to the keeper, no run. The end of 3:15 without loss. A good start for Jamaica. 5 and over. Not much runs off the bat just yet. It's going to be routes to continue from the southern end here at the National Cricket Centre. No rain on the forecasted days. We should have a full day's play.
Well, you know, I would have checked that way in advance. Always like to know what to expect. Of course, not always 100% accurate. 3 steps in place here for Roach.
Yeah, Roach was getting a bit of movement away from the right-hander. It's a good delivery again, angling in and just moving away. Not much bounce off that wicket though. Once again, it's a slow wicket here at the NCC as we mentioned. That one angling in and going away, but a bit too wide from the Manny Roach. Needs to get Jones playing at more deliveries than not. Don't want batsmen leaving too many deliveries early on. You know, me and you spoke about just recently in the test match between West Indies and South Africa. I thought in the first innings they allowed Tony DeZorzi and Markram to leave too many balls early on. Good delivery there. Much better at making him play.
He does look in good rhythm up front here, Damani Roach. Certainly found a better length than Pollard has. Looks quite athletic build. Certainly early on when you do have that new ball, you want to make the batsman play as much as possible, because when they do get accustomed to leaving, then sort of be able to judge the pitch, what it's doing up front, and then able to use that to make their decisions more calculated later on.
We've already seen a couple keep low, like that one there outside the off stump.
That was already on his way down as he was going towards the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that's not, you can't attest that Roach is, slow. You can't say that he's bowling slowly because there's some of them just rushing onto the bat. There's not much pace off the wicket. I always say, playing at the NCC is like a graveyard shift for fast bowlers. It's never easy to pick up wickets here. You've got to really take advantage of whatever early morning moisture there is, whatever swing there is of the new ball. As Roach is into bowl again, driving nicely is Jones, but easily pushed out to get into that mid-off.
He's also put a short cover in place too.
That's good captaincy from Joshua Dawn. Took out a slip and got that short cover, and you can see that there's a bit of inconsistent bounce. It's a bit slow. So if you get Jones driving, just obviously you've got that man there waiting to take the catch.
Now the Yorker length delivery, keeping him honest. Not able to make much of anything so far in this over. Really good reply up front after his first over, and yeah, it wouldn't really make sense to keep those 3 slips in place after what we've seen from the pitch early on, but was good optimistic thinking from them, at least putting it in place in case they were to get anything. But always better to have the option of that third catcher at slip rather than edge goes down to the boundary. And now Roach has taken the cue from Pollard, missing his run up. It's always that you're running from that grass into that more dusty, hard area. Certainly wouldn't feel good on your feet. No, you would have had your experiences bowling here as well.
It's definitely not my favorite venue to bowl at as a fast bowler. Not because of the run-up, mostly because of the pitch. Driven nicely and powerfully through the covers, and that one is going to run away for 4. A really good looking shot there from Savio Jones.
He's been kept at bay for the entire over, but this time just a bit of a foolish delivery and able to put back to ball, would certainly give him a lot of confidence there, Savio Jones.
Yeah, just a half volley really from Roach, and I don't think he'd mind that. I don't think he'd mind Jones playing shots early on. I think that's what you want. You want to see, the opening batsman opening up a bit and playing some shots. It's only the 4th over, and the ball is still going to be pretty new. So it's good to see as a fast bowler, maybe you can nick him off now because he's playing shots. Maybe you could get one to sneak past the bat one coming back in. So I think Roach won't be too concerned about that. Score moves on to 19 after 4. Good start here for Jamaica. They've looked solid. Nothing really seemed to bother them just yet.
Hasn't really been too much around to bother them, so just took their time early on and now looking to capitalize a bit more. So Pollard is gonna get his third over from that northern end. Two slips and a gully.
This time off the pad. And Peel for LBW goes down to fine leg. They're going to get one.
There's a half appeal, but I think that might have just been sliding down.
Yeah, most definitely. Read the signal from the umpire if it's a leg by or a run.
He has signal leg buys
So it's
already.
It's going to take the score now to 20. Two slips and a gully in play for Jones as well for the left-handed Pollard. Backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. In fact, a regular mid-wicket and a long leg. Good delivery there from Pollard.
Well, now he's getting a bit more into his spell here. Sydney big off the two fast bowlers and stamping some authority. If we just look there, just missing the edge by a few centimeters. But want to get a bit closer to that edge, but lovely delivery. As he reply now, Yorker length and just edge between that second slip and gully, and that's going to go away for 4. Savio Jones now has 2 boundaries within the last few deliveries off of both opening bowlers. Now, had they kept that third slip in place, it might have gone to hand. But early taking that third slip out, can't really blame them too much given what we've seen from the pitch. But just as you were saying, seeing them play those shots now would give the bowling team some more confidence.
Full toss again. Need to be more consistent than this. Is Jakeem Pollard overpitched again, full toss, and just pushed away for a single. You know, you just bowl 2 brilliant deliveries, and then you go, you know, the third ball, you're already in the batsman's head, you're on top of the batsman, and then you bowl a full toss. Kind of defeats the purpose.
Well, as a bowler, would you prefer bowling that full toss and getting the 2 runs that you just got, or would you prefer if you were to change strike and you would have to start a new plan to another batsman again?
I think you bowl 2 good deliveries, one of them gone for 4, the other one beating the bat. You want to keep bowling on that, man. You want to work your plans. You don't want to give away an easy single like that.
Well, that third slip comes back in place. It's a bit more forward now.
A good length outside the off stump. Brian just seemed to play at it a bit early, and there's no run there. 26 without loss, 4.4 overs.
It seems like they've taken a cue from South Africa's batting earlier. Well, last week. Run rate of 5.5. And those 3 slips in place with the gully has also come out now.
Good back of a line delivery again on the back foot, just defends easily. I'm excited to see Trinidad and Tobago in action, I think. Furi's Ali's in his third year now playing at this form of the game, at this level under 17. He's played 2 years now at under 19 level, so you would expect, him to take that experience that he's been getting over the past 2 years. He had a really good under 19 tour just about a couple of weeks ago. I'd really like to see him, kick on and take this tournament by storm, as this time is pushed away, guided really past that second slip, and the gully fielder gets around and they get 2 runs easily.
Just good execution of batting there, just soft hands guiding that. And well, 5 overs, they already have 28 runs.
Yeah, scoring quite freely, and I think that's something to be concerned about for Barbados. Usually what you see here at the NCC is that first 10 to 12, maybe 15 overs, there's not much around scoring. It's more about seeing off the moisture, making sure that you don't lose really wickets. But
I certainly have seen that here before.
now we're seeing a different approach from the Jamaicans.
A lot of times I tend to see in the second innings they start off quite quickly.
Yeah, usually by the second innings, the pitch is flatter, there's no early morning moisture, and you just see nothing for your bowlers. It's going to be Roach to continue to Savio Jones, 13 of 17, scoring quite quickly. A really good delivery again on that, just about that Yorker length from Roach, kept out by Savio Jones.
Can't do much with that. Lovely delivery there.
They're really scoring quite quickly. In a 2-day approach, you want to see as much runs as you can get in that first innings. Try to get a couple of batting points early on and restrict that second team. It's important to get first innings points here. That's a beautiful delivery from the Manny Roach. Just pitching on and about the off stump and leaving Jones. Had a play at it, but as we take a look at it again,
Manny Roach really has looked the part so far. Well, quite a bit of Yorkers, more than you'd usually see up front in a Red Bull game as such, but I think has helped him work his way into the spell, and we've seen some beauties as well.
Yeah, would have bowled about 3 or 4 Yorkers, and then we might have seen about 2 or 3 as well from Pollard. As Roach comes in again to bowl. That's a beautiful delivery again. It's forcing Jones forward. You're going to let him play as much as possible, as we mentioned early on. You don't want them leaving too many outside the off stump.
I think what we see here from Roach is more of a natural inward movement. So see some of those ground staff underneath that beloved mango tree. That area where so many sixes are hit towards.
Good delivery again from Roach, and he seems to just be getting into his line now, Dylan. He's been a lot more consistent in this over thus far, and you could see Savio Jones getting a bit frustrated there. 4 deliveries now that they've not scored off. I don't think that's happened quite just yet in the game.
Well, just in Roach's last over, I think he would have bowled 5 deliveries, dot balls, and then the last one would have gone for 4.
Here he is again to bowl to Jones. Driven down the ground and brilliantly fielded there from that man at middle of Gittins.
Jones does look like he likes to get back to ball. His field runs fluent. Of course, as a young batsman, you would always want to get those runs rather than pick up time at the crease.
Right on spot again, looking for the single, and non-striking batsman Savio Jones says no. So that's going to bring us to the end of another good over from the Manny Roach at the end of 6. 29 without loss. Roach 3 overs just for 9. Pollard 3 overs for 13. And we've already seen some buys and leg buys early on as well. So looks like it's going to be Pollard to continue. Into his 4th over now.
Now, I remember when we were doing some inter-school cricket, there would have been some limits as far as how much overs fast bowlers could bowl, as well as like some, you can't really have any.
Yeah, there's a limit. I think you could bowl in 50 over games. You could bowl 6 overs on the trot, and then you have to take, I think, an hour break or 45-minute break. But I think in the red ball format, there's no real limit to that. You could bowl as much as you want. At least that's how it was in my years playing on the 19 cricket, and even on the 15 cricket. You can bowl as much as you want in red ball games. I think in the white ball format, however, I think the max you can bowl is 6, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to confirm that. Driven down the ground again, straight to the field at mid-off, and a misfield from Gittins this time after that wonderful stop in the last over. Fumbles an easy one this time, and they get back for 2 easily.
It's a difficult area to be fielding at.
That sand is never easy.
Now, once you're able to do it in those conditions, you can do it anywhere. Partnership at 31 coming up now.
Too wide there outside the off stump, and you can see a bit of late movement away from the right-handed Jones. Just taking a look around the ground. Trinidad and Tobago in action against Guyana over at Inchinali Park, just across the river from here. Trinidad and Tobago are 9 for 1, 7 overs. Joseph Mendoza and Darius Batusing out there. Samir Sarup just coming in. And a strong team in the Trinidad and Tobago team. There's Brendan Buru, Fariz Ali, Idian Racha, a lot of guys. Samir Sarup. These guys have a lot of experience now at this level. This time right on spot again. And it's not going to be an easy single there.
Well, Racha as well, I remember, had some issues running in at this ground, so...
Leeward Islands 17 for 1 against... In fact, the Windward Islands are 17 for 1 against the Leeward. They lost to skipper Theo Edwards in the first over for Dock, so... That game is being played at Gilbert Park, so... Trinidad and Tobago in a bit of trouble there, Dylan. 9 after 7, and they've already lost a early wicket.
A much different sort of atmosphere in that game compared to what we've seen here. Driving again, Savio Jones. He likes to play that shot. Practicing his shot again. Again seems a bit frustrated. Wanting to hit a big one.
This one really wide again from Jakeem Pollard, driven hard there to that fielder at backward point. A good stop though from Zondre Batiste. That one got him quite quickly.
Shorter on that occasion and just defended. One over is gone, 31 without loss. You see some of the reserve players as well, just running some drinks. This station down at Long On as Roach continues his spell from the southern end.
There's Roach to continue from the southern end there at the National Cricket Centre. Runs in and moves. Good delivery again.
Brian.
Overpitched a bit though.
Brian hasn't had too much of the strike so far. That's quite a high back lifter as well from what I've noticed. And he gets into his stance and is ready to face the ball.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of recent young players, come into the game with a high back lift, which is all good. But then when you get onto a pitch like this, that's keeping a bit low, that's a bit slower, could cause you some troubles if you don't get your bat down in time.
Oh, well, he's really confident about that one, Damani Roach, but looked to me that I would have pitched outside.
Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, they seem to pitch outside like stuff maybe, and I think that's maybe the concern of the umpire there. Roach seemed excited for his first wicket of this year's competition, but not out, says the umpire.
The umpire's having a talk with him now. Just making sure he knows that has to ask for the decision rather than just run off celebrating. Did gain the support of many of his fielders though, so at least they're all on the same page.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I think it was a good call from that umpire. This one again, just having him on the back foot a bit. Look for the single for a second there, but Roach in his follow through picked up nicely.
Brian's really being kept quiet here. It'd be a true test for him to get through this and move forward with it, his innings.
3 slips on a gully in place still, which shows you that Dawn is showing his confidence in his young fast bowler, the Manny Roach. Dawn extremely experienced at this level now. Would have played at the cricket centre quite some time. So it's flicked away. Gonna look for 2 and settle for 1 in the end. Yeah, Dawn would have played at the National Cricket Centre a lot. He would have played here and probably the previous 2 under 17, maybe 1 under 17 tournaments. He would have played here when the West Indies under 19 team came down to play against the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team. And he's back here now. And scored some runs at this venue as well. He'd know the conditions a bit, which would have influenced his decision to bowl first. I think that's always the best decision here. Outside the off stump, well left this time from Jones though.
Jones again, quite expressive when he's not batting. And when he is batting, left again this time, just tailing away from him. A lot of the deliveries from Roach seem to go into the right hand batsman, but this time he was able to get some swing away. Breeze helping him, no doubt. Disabled now to temper our scoring rate down to 4 runs and over now, so a bit better going now from the Barbados team. Looks like we're gonna have a change of bowling as well.
It's going to be Gittins, I believe. Is it Gittins? It is going to be Rajai Gittins. 4 fast bowlers, in fact 5 fast bowlers at this beige at 11. There's Roach and Pollard, as we've seen already, Newton, Gittins and Shaquan Bell.
So that gully now comes out and goes into a cover position, and that's a no ball first up from Rajai Gittins.
Well, that's the third time that we've seen a bowler start off with a no ball. We've seen the first ball of the innings be a no ball from Pollard. We saw Roach's first delivery of his spell on a no ball, and now we've seen Gittins start off with a no ball. A bit of a trend there. We'll try Gittins first. We're going to see of him.
Hope it's not some sort of superstition they have.
This time, driven nicely through the covers. It's a bit of a heavy outfield, but it's going to run very close and into the boundary for 4 now.
Well, Brian's been kept quiet all morning, but now he's shouted out. Time for me to show you how some of this batting has to be done. It was a really elegant drive.
A bit of a loosener from Gittins there, just full on wide half volley outside the off stump. You always want to get that early on, and they put Gittins on the back foot already in the over 5 runs. In fact, just 1 delivery.
Has not been a great start that we've seen from any of the bowlers, but it's about how you respond to that, how you continue into that spell.
Short from Gittins this time into the ribs, and Brian just on the back foot. Defended into the leg side.
Good bouncer there from Jai Gittins. You see Brian doing some gardening.
In the air, Mid-off settles underneath it and takes a catch, and that is the first wicket for Barbados. Tyreek Bryan has to go, and that's just to show you that there's a bit of slowness in the wicket. We look at this again. Was playing a bit early and getting the top edge and an easy catch for the fielder at mid-off. That's Pollard, and that is the first wicket down for Jamaica. Getting strikes in his first over, and it's 37 for 1.
Oh, could have just been a bit of an effect of that bouncer previous delivery as well, just trying to rattle him a bit. He was able to defend it, but just seeing that Rajai Gittins had that sort of aggressive mindset might have had him in two minds. So just trying to nudge that one and just go straight up into the air. Disappointing end for Bryan in his innings, but here we have
DeMarco Scott, his new batsman. He's in at number 3. Number 66 on his back, and that'll be, I think if he gets anywhere near 66 today, you'll be happy with that. Off to a good start though, 37 for 1, 8.3 overs. You're not going to hit that as a Jamaican coach at this point in time. You'll be pretty happy with the start. You would have been a bit disappointed though in the way that Bryan just got out there. Was turning the bat early, and that ball just coming off the top edge and going high in the air with Pollard. It was pretty easy for Pollard in the end.
I think he used the wind well for that delivery as well. Rajai Gittins just able to take it more away from him, and there's also a bit of a lean in his action, quite a high arm action as well, so also would have assisted that away movement from the left-hander. DeMarco Scott readies himself. Two right-handers at the crease now. Again going short, Rajai Gittins.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting the support from the wicket that they would like here. That one short outside the off stump and rolling into the keeper.
Must be quite an adjustment as a keeper, having to deal with that as well.
It's never an easy job for a wicketkeeper here. Tend to see a lot of buys because of that. Driven uppishly, and he's dropped it. Well, well, well. Rajai Gittins is not going to be happy with his fielder there. This one, a good delivery outside the off stump, and because of the slow nature of the pitch again, drove up in the air, and that man there at short cover diving forward could not take the catch. That's Sanjay Batiste. Just hitting him in the throat almost when he dived forward there. Just maybe misjudged it a bit. Mistimed his dive. And this one nicely played. Beats the fielder a point. They get one.
And just like he mistimed the ball, also mistimed the dive. Pitch playing tricks on everyone.
Nine overs gone. 38 for one. It's closing in on the first hour here. 10 minutes to go before the drinks break.
Fifth over of the morning for Roach. He's kept things quite tight compared to the other bowlers. Marcus Scott has to put that chance over this missile out of his mind, and
Feel for LBW here. Seems to be going down the leg side. There. Have a look at it again.
way down.
Scamper through for a leg by as we see Dylan Sharma has his plane flying over, his security plane.
Just not able to get the camera up there yet.
What a catch that was! Well, well, well. Zorge Batiste, after putting down an easier catch in the last over. Let's have a look at that again. What a catch that is. Right hand high in the air, his left hand in fact, over his head, diving away. And, well, you're going to feel unlucky as a Jamaican there.
Well, his team would be super proud of him there. He's dirtied his clothing on that first attempt when he missed it, and this attempt here is just spectacular. Diving in that difficult area where there's that dusty area, and this time he got rid of the more set batsman as well, so he's done even better.
That was a poor delivery as well from Damani Roach.
Brings Odean Binns to the crease to join DeMarco Scott. So, not the greatest start from Barbados bowling wise, but 2 wickets and 2 pretty much new batsmen at the crease. And that's again another Yorker to greet the new batsman, but it really has been working for him. He has been the best of the bowlers by far, and really this spell of 1 for 10 has been quite a treat to look at.
You've got to say though, Dylan, that those 2 wickets really came against the run of play. I think, both openers were looking set. They spent, done the hard yards, been batting well, and then, that first wicket comes, and so many times we've seen in cricket at any stage at under 17 level, straight up to international level. We saw it just recently with the West Indies. 1 wicket brings 2 wickets bring 3, and all of a sudden you're under pressure.
Tickle that away into the leg side. Gonna run just one. As that's cleaned up in leg side there.
Oh, it really was a brilliant catch too. Yeah, definitely. Well, it looked close to them, but seemingly going down the leg side.
Yes, but especially with that natural inward movement, he'd have to be a bit more off stump than that.
Marco Scott and Udine Binns, the 2 batsmen. Just 4 balls and 3 balls. A good delivery from Roach outside the off stump. Well left though from the Marco Scott. 40 for 2. They went from 37 without loss. Now all of a sudden they're 40 for 2. 2 overs later.
I think more so the surprising wicket would have been that of Brian, because he did look like he was ready to get into a longer innings, whereas Jones looked like he wanted to play his shots.
Yeah, I think that's just the way that Jones is going to play throughout this tournament, and I think he's been successful maybe on pitches that's a bit flatter, a bit better. It really was a rank full toss from Roach that got him out as well. I think that would have been disappointing, but take no credit away from Zondre Batiste. That really was a beautiful catch. So the end of 10 now, 40 for 2. Should have maybe one more over. Definitely just one more over before the first drinks break.
Can we call that the catch of the tournament, or is it too early?
I think it's a bit too early. Is it Gittins? It is Gittins who's going to continue picking up a wicket in his first over. So we see a shot there of to Bolton Stadium. Good delivery from Gittins. That one came back in sharply. You can see that Gatson Bowen started outside the off stump and ended up just about middle. It swung late. And 40 for 2. Gittins 6 for 1. Really good start for him. I think that no ball. And then there was obviously the boundary in the over. But you can see that he wants the ball a bit fuller, and does have the ability to shorten up at times and throw the batsman off a bit. Yorker length again and squeezed out from Udine Binns. Binns and Scott just want to get to lunch without losing any more wickets now. The end now. 10 overs in, they've lost 2 wickets. You don't want to lose more before that lunch break. Just about an hour to go until lunch. That one keeping low, and a good take from Gatson Bowens. And I think if you're any team here, you'll be a bit disappointed to see that we're into the first hour of play and the balls are already keeping low out there.
I think more than anything, the wicketkeeper has done quite a fantastic job so far this morning. Maybe that relative shortness of height also playing to his advantage. This time getting back to ball, trying to run, but no real run there. Sent back by Scott.
I think he looked good though. He shaped up nice for that shot, getting right behind the ball and playing it under his eyes. He looked a proper cricketer. Udine Bins. 1 of 6. 2 deliveries to go in this over. 2 on a gully. In fact, 3 slips. No gully now. .40 for 2. Remember Barbados won the toss and they elected to field first. That decision proving right here.
Can he end off this first hour with a maiden over? Jai Gittins.
Might be the first that we've seen. Scores around Trinidad and Tobago. 22 for 1 in 14 overs.
Just a nice delivery outside off stump and well left end off that first hours. You see the drinks now coming onto the field. It's 40 for 2 in 11 overs.
I'm going to take a short break for drinks. We'll be right back with more after this.
Back after the players have gotten their first stint of refreshments for the morning. And it's going to be Roach to continue here. Been a magnificent spell from him. Only 1 for 11 in 5 overs. Really has looked the part.
He's had a drink of water and he's ready to go again. Never really seemed to be tiring though, is the Manny Roach.
It almost seems to look better with each over.
Yeah, it took him some time early on just to settle into his line and length. Maybe about 2 overs, and then from the 3rd over he was really on spot. He's consistent, hitting good areas, getting some good deliveries to swing away. Hit the pad a few times. The Yorker legged again. That's probably Yorker number 12 that we've seen for the morning, Dylan.
No, you can't really beat it, and when you're able to execute it so accurately, might as well. Directly at the stumps, all the batsman has to do is put bat in front of it, otherwise you're guaranteed a wicket.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I think he's been unlucky. I think the Yorkers that they've been bowling outside the off stump, but somehow the ones that have been beating the bat. Good delivery there. Angling in and moving away. Scott leaning forward and just couldn't get an edge on that. He would be glad. You mentioned, there's 2 new batsmen out there now. All of a sudden, you went from 37 without loss in 9, now 11.2 overs gone. You've lost 2 wickets, just 3 runs. And all of a sudden, you just feel like Barbados are right back on top of this game.
It does look like they're back on top here. Quite tentative so far. Of course, early in the innings here for the Jamaicans, and that one has just beaten him again. Seemed like Roach wanted to get a reward from that. Seemed quite confident that he did, but
What a delivery that was. I think that so far has definitely been the delivery of the day. There's not much the Marcus Scott could have done about that pitch on and about the off stump, so he had to play. And just at that last second, hitting the seam and moving away. And there's really nothing Scott could have done about that one. And I think Roach is unlucky here to not have a second wicket.
And again, and similar type delivery, but just able to get a faint bit of bat on that, and down to that 3rd slip, but was able to take off whatever there was on that ball, so just landing short of him. One more delivery remaining here. And it's just a wide-ish delivery now, but still unable to get a run as some spectacular fielding continues from the Barbadians. Still 40 for 2 after 12 overs. Because we've seen 12 extras in there as well. Reflected a lot of that early part of the first hour, but really tightened it up and worked into quite a magnificent rhythm here. It's going to be Odie in bins now to meet Jai Gittins yet again. Just leaving that. Wants nothing to do with that. Even practicing his leave thereafter. Just a bit too straight now and able to finally gain a run, get himself off strike. It's just going to be a leg by though. Wasn't able to place his bat on it to the in bin. So DeMarcus Scott is now back on strike. He's probably striving a bit too much for that straight delivery. Rajai Gittins might have been wanting a bit of a magic delivery.
Just gets into again. From Northern end. Good delivery again. This time just beating the fielder at slip. They're gonna get down for a single.
Continue to see some spectacular feeling there from Batiste. Unmistakable now with that stain shirt. Just losing himself in that run up there, dropping the ball. Well, not too sure what's going on here. Looks as if they're getting a tent ready.
Good delivery again there from Rajai Gittins. Squeezed out again from Bins down to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
Nicely placed into that one side, able to run a single with confident shot there. Just for one. Now gonna be 43 for 2. The end of 13.
Looks like there's going to be a change, Roach. It's going to rest now after 6 overs. It's going to be... seems to be Newton. In fact, it's Shaquan Bell. That's going to take things over from the southern end here.
So it's 3 slips. They remain. The gully comes back in. Backward point cover mid off. Mid on and long leg. It's a bit wayward up front. Thankfully it wasn't a no ball.
Would have been a wide and a white ball game though.
It's forward and defending.
Outside the off stump again, but no single. Good tight start here from Shaquan Bell. Good delivery again, right on spot. This has been probably the best start we've seen from any fast bowler in today's encounter.
Certainly has been 4-dot delivery so far. When he gets into his gather and is about to release that ball, looks like he's really bending his backer as well.
Just pulling out of his run there. Still 3 slips on a gully. It's good to see from Dawn giving his fast bowlers the support early on.
A lot of room in that leg side. Only 2 fielders.
Good short delivery there from Bell. Bint and Scott have been very, very defensive. They've not really looked to take too many risks early on here after losing those 2 wickets in quick succession. I think the plan might be for them to just get a lunch without losing another wicket, as we mentioned earlier.
I almost wonder if this quiet period has been more to do with their style as batsmen, or if it's really just the tighter bowling.
Good delivery again, that Yorker that we've seen so many times today.
Looks as if Barbados is going to bring Yorkers back into fashion. It's almost going out the game, the higher level. Though I don't understand why. It's as if Zachary Carter is going to come into the attack.
Left arm orthodox spinner. It's a good decision from the skipper. 2 right-handed batters out there. So we see a slip, a deep mid wicket now being moved. So there's a slip, a backward point, cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square, and a deep mid wicket. Already some turn on over there for big Zachary Carter, tall bowler. Well, already into his work here.
Well, I certainly do not want to be out there facing that.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of bounce. You can see he is quite a tall player. See.
Certainly when you see a tall player doing that left arm spin, get reminded of Suleiman Ben.
He was Bajan as well.
Might
Suleiman
be
Ben
one
has
of
been a part of this Barbados youth setup. He was the assistant coach, the under-19 team last year. That one way too high.
certainly might be someone he looks up to or might have modeled himself on just a bit. just coming from that northern end, he's going to have that wind coming across to help him to drift it into the batsman as well. Just one slip in place for him currently. Well, just beaten on that occasion. Udain Binns wasn't too sure what to do with that. Other than the slip, there's just that short cover in place for him as well. Well, that was a bit wayward. Full on that occasion and just digging it out. Goes past that fielder at that backward point, but he's able to pick it up. He'll just run one. So just one coming off of his first over. Second over for Shaquan Bell. Began his spell with Maiden. Again, unable to get any score out of that delivery. Really found a good length so far, Shaquan Bell. No real movement, but really hitting the pitch as hard as any of the bowlers that we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, he is again. In the face to feel that point there to get through. In fact, it's a dot delivery. I think it's a single. Yeah, it was a single. So a dot delivery on the scorecard there. With Udain Binns gets another single. He moves on to 4 of 23 now. Very watchful start from these two.
A bit full on now. Still no run. Yeah, at this point there's really no need to be looking for any shots that are not there. The one thing they would want to do is to at least continue to rotate strike.
Jeffernan beaten outside the off stump. Bowen's looking to affect the run out there.
That was a beautiful delivery. Trying to harken things back to the Ashes with Johnny Bairstow.
Controversial, some would say.
Well, out is what I would say.
Same answer here. Don't think there was anything wrong with what Bairstow did. It was all in the rules of the game, and this time just rising on the off stump, no run.
Well, Bairstow would have been the batsman.
In fact, yeah, it was Alex Carey. Yeah, but Bairstow was doing it for the entire Test series, and he wasn't able to affect the run out. But when Carey did it, got him out, and all of a sudden it became an issue.
When you look back, between 2019 and up until that Ashes, there's a lot of cricket I had watched. And I remember even in 2019, in a series against Ireland, the umpire was talking to him about it because he was getting into the danger area.
Good delivery again from Shaquan Bell. They scamper through for a quick single. Good running as well. So it's good from Jamaica now showing a bit of urgency. That's the end of over number 16. It's 47 for 2.
And that's all you need to do. Just 2 runs and over. Just rotate the strike. As long as no boundary balls are there for you to hit, just rotate the strike and don't allow yourself to be bowled to by one specific bowler. Carter into his second over now. We now see 2 slips in place for him, as well as a short cover. Into his second ball of the spell now, and cutting. Appeal for a caught behind, but no budge by the umpire. A bit too full now. Just driven down to mid-off, but no run able to be achieved. So yeah, there was 2 slips, a short cover, a backward point, regulation cover. And that's just bouncing. But again, umpire does not think that is out. Certainly looked more like a wicket than actually was. Sometimes you just look, it was really just the keeper bouncing that ball to the slip. Now gets that 2 cover and able to scamper a quick single. Slightly dangerous running, I would think, but safe in the end. Just defended back to Carter. Got through that over as quick as Ravi Jadeja.
That's the end of another good over. 48 for 2. The end of 17. Really good start from Carter so far.
So now we see Superman Batiste into the attack, the man who took that spectacular catch just a little while ago. Looks as if it's going to be off spin. Well, not too sure what sort of bowling that was. We'll figure it out in due course. Quite an interesting run up. Looks as if it's just off spin. He gets a ball a bit more on a length. We'll see how much he turns it. Always love seeing these interesting sort of run-ups. It really does add to the uniqueness of what makes this sport so beautiful. Well, that was a full toss if there ever was one. Bit too full for him to really make use of that, DeMarco Scott, and put it away for a 4 or 6.
They got 2 instead.
But no ball as you would expect.
That was a really interesting delivery. I think that one definitely slipped out of his hands, but I think Scott should be a bit disappointed not to get rid of that one.
Some vicious turn on that one. Has turned it into leg side and brings Binns back on strike.
Good delivery again. Just work past that leg slip. Maybe a bit too straight, and good running from Scott and Binns to get 2.
Let's play tentatively at that one, DeMarco. Woody and Binns. Just one slip in place. Oh. Point cover mid off. Leg slip is in place as well. Short mid wicket. Mid on and deep square leg. He's back and pulling that one. Just gonna go for 1 run. No need to chance a second. The end of the 18th over. Score moves on to 54 for 2. Zachary Carter to continue. Trying to cut that again. Woody and Binns. This back and the bounce really surprising him more than anything. Forward and unable to get that further past backward point fielder. And I think one thing that's really difficult about Carter, in addition to his height, is also just how quick he gets through this over. Trying to drive and again not able to really get any timing on the ball. Odie and Binns, he's really stuck at the moment. Driving again, still unable to penetrate that inner field.
It's not been easy out there for. Let's have a look at this delivery again. The final delivery of the over. Once again, turn and.
But he's trying to ask the pitch how to deal with it. Tees now into his second over. First was a bit wayward. 7 runs coming from it.
Look,
Half
maybe
of an
just
appeal.
maybe just hitting him outside the line of the off stump. But a decent delivery there. Look, pretty close and maybe a good decision from the umpire in the end. Playing around his pads this time, a bit dangerous, considering that there's quite a lot of turn on offer early on here.
Seems to always be turn on offer here.
So on the back foot, working it into the offside, no run.
Really testing times for the Jamaican batsman. One end you have a spinner just rushing through the over, and then this end you have a spinner who's doing really interesting things in his run up, and then again another appeal, but
Yeah, I think that one again, looking to maybe hitting him outside the off stump, took a step down the wicket. And well, it was turning back in, but maybe the impact outside the off stump.
I don't think he's quite found the line he'd want to be bowling as far as achieving an LBW, but certainly still causing trouble regardless.
We now see the leg slip being moved to a second slip, which is interesting. Which tells me that Sergio Batista is going to look to bowl a bit wide outside the off stump. Good delivery again, and well played from Scott. So at the end of over number 20, Jamaica are 55 for 2.
I think that's always important, because especially while you're still new to learning the craft, the field sets do become important as far as where you want to be pitching your deliveries. A lot of times you have that feel, that leg slip, you might just go a bit straighter, but you have more fielders on the offside, might be more tempted to go towards the offside, and especially how we've seen that he's been pitching the deliveries. Want to Carter is back. It's a finish on that thought. He'd want to get a bit more outside the off stump with the sort of style that he's bowling, and maybe might be able to get an edge there as opposed to the LBW. Well, there's an appeal here, and it is a reward for Zachary Carter. In his 4th over, Odean Binns is completely bemuzzled here. Have a look at it again. Just going straight on with the arm. Was expecting some turn and really was unsure what to do. And that's the effect here of the 2 spinners into the attack. 8 from 37, and he's going to have to go for an early lunch. David Duo, the new batsman. Left hand, right hand partnership now back in effect. David Duo, tall left hander. Wouldn't be quite as easy to really chain them down as far as the bowlers are concerned now with the rotation between left and right hand. Just forward, defending that. But no run. This time is able to get off the mark. David Duo, just an easy clip into the leg side. Interestingly, the Carter would have remained around the wicket there to the left-hander, so certainly enjoys that angle. But it's now DeMarco Scott has to face the music again. He's just back and trying to nudge that past that second slip, but two slips in place. They're not gonna let that ball get past them. And again, an appeal. Looked good, but no movement by the umpire. Let's see what they were appealing for. It looked as if they were appealing for a caught behind, but certainly wasn't any noise there as far as the umpire was concerned. So now 56 for 3 after 21 overs.
Looking at the scores around, Trinidad and Tobago in action against Guyana under 17. They were off to a slow start, but all of a sudden they're 85 for 2. They lost Samir Sarup, retired for 15, and then they lost Mendoza for 4.
We've seen the exact inverse of what we've seen here.
Brendan Boodoo's out there, 24 of 26, and Jaden Kent, the exciting young player from Tobago, 26 of 20.
Well, that's quite a expansive shot from DeMarco. Well, from David Duo. Off spinner now to the left-hander, taking the ball away from him. And certainly those two slips as well as a short cover. Really want to apply the pressure now.
Driven and straight to the man at point. There's no run there.
Back and cutting and able to gain at least one run. Wanting to go for 2, but sent back from Duo. Can't fault them for wanting to go for that second run. At least you see that positive intent and at least wanting to go for the runs when they are available. right-hander on strike. Many fielders move into his leg side now. And the leg slip is back in place as opposed to the 2 regulation slips. Trying to sweep and sweep successfully. 1 run so far, and it's going to be 4 runs. The fielder was able to cut it off. It's a punch off the bat by the 2 batsmen as well.
I think, on a turning wicket is always, the best option is always the sweep. That's always a good option. If nothing else is working, you need to find a way to score until you pull out the broom, as coaches tell you. This is a good shot there from DeMarco Scott.
Well, just a few days ago, we saw sweeping in good effect from Alec Athanaze as well, just north of here in the Oval. That brought him 92 runs. Oh, lovely delivery there from Batiste. Just slowed it up and really made Scott wait for that ball to come to him. It's that variation of pace allowing the turn and flight to really do him in the air. 61 for 3 now. Carter's now gone over the wicket to David Dewar. Just a lazy drive on that occasion. Back to around the wicket. Only 1 ball he bowled over the wicket and then realized he prefers around the wicket. His backhand cutting and slight misfield, but picked up in the end. Just only 1 run. DeMarco Scott back on strike, ball turning away from him. It's a bit short. Not really able to do much with that, Scott.
Yorker again. So many of those Yorkers that we've seen in this first session of play.
The only one we haven't seen a Yorker from is Batiste now. Not even sure what happened there. Wasn't able to get that ball out. Now he tries again. Well forward, DeMarco Scott. Just looking to survive at this point, you would think. 11 minutes until lunch. Certainly we wouldn't want to go back with any more wickets fallen. Now the run rate has dropped to 2.7. 1 point earlier it was 5.6. Lovely bit of turn away from the left-hander from Batiste. So they're going to want to keep him on strike and work his plan towards him.
It's encouraging as a spin bowler. I think you don't want to be a batsman out there. It's definitely not been an easy session for the Jamaican batters. I think the fast bowlers did well, and even the second spell fast bowlers, the first and second change bowlers, they did really well. And now you're seeing Carter come in and bowl a brilliant spell from the northern end right before lunch.
Oh, it's uppishly trying to cut there, but that ball just peeled off the top edge of the bat. So far in the over, he's played with some lovely soft hands, just going a bit harder on that occasion. Just finishes off the over. It's Batiste's second maiden now in his spell. Look at Zachary Carter, only 1 for 4, going at an economy rate of under 1 run per over. It's been really difficult to score off of. Carter to continue. Again. Almost impossible to score any runs off of him.
He's really bowled a good spell, and I think this is exactly the position Barbados want to be right before lunch. You have two batsmen who've been out there for a while, but they've been struggling in not rotating the strike, and all of a sudden they're on the back foot. There's no real anything happening for the batters.
It's really just subtle changes that Carter's bringing. Yes, he's getting some of those balls to turn big, but he's really just keeping it tight, keeping it accurate, and this time he's able to get another reward. 2 for 4. What spectacular figures and what spectacular bowling we've seen here from Zachary Carter. He's really looked the part and really has kept things so tight and made it so difficult to score. Let's have another look at this. Just faintish, so faint that edge. But once there is that edge, you all know. Well-deserved drink for Zachary Carter there. 2 for 4 into his 6th over, and DeMarco Scott has been there, absorbed so many deliveries. But Zachary Carter has got the better of him. Really now, 62 for 4. Wouldn't be that great of a lunch for the Jamaicans. Pajay Nelson, the vice-captain, now strides out to the crease, joining David Dewar. Again, we've come to a period right before second hour is up. And just, you look back an hour, two new batsmen at the crease now. You have Nelson and Dewar, one new batsman and one relatively still new batsman. Really don't want to be losing those wickets, especially right at the end of a session. It's like you see that light at the end of the tunnel, you see that break ready, but you're not able to quite make it there.
Exactly where you want to be if you're a Bajan fan. Here is Carter again And a good delivery beating Paget Nelson outside the off stump. This really has been an excellent spell
I've
right before
certainly
lunch.
enjoyed looking at this spell.
Probably 2 overs to go. Might be able to. They may be able to sneak two. I think they'll probably just go with one more. But do you think that the way that they've been so far, do you think Barbados have another wicket in them before lunch?
I think it's very possible with this combination bowling. I think Zachary Carter would want to take this pitch back home with him.
Oh, good delivery again from Carter, and there's just no comfort for the Jamaican batsmen here. They really just want to try to get to lunch. Just 4 minutes to go. And if I'm Barbados at this point in time, I'm looking to rush an over in and see if you could force over number 2. I want to get this over as fast as possible.
Always that byplay that you try, especially as a bowling side. You want to bowl as many deliveries as you can before a break, and then the flip side of that, a batting team would try to absorb as much time as they can, as long as the umpire allows it.
Short outside the off stump, cut away nicely, and it's gonna just beat the fielder at cover. They get a single. I'd like to say good afternoon to good friend Kieran, big Barbados fan. Says he goes to Barbados and lose all his money in the casinos.
So he's a betting man.
Yes, indeed. Flight to delivery in the air, and well. Just as we said, Barbados have picked up another wicket here, and out of character, really unnecessary. That one threw it straight up in the air, and the fielder at mid-on, that's Roach, had an easy catch.
Well, I really don't understand why on earth he would do something like that. Against the spin, there's a fielder in your eye line right there where you're looking to hit the ball, and there's really no need for that. It's just, at this point, there would have just been 4 or 5 more deliveries to face until lunch, and even if there was another over, you wouldn't have even had to take strike.
well, really disappointed. And that is going to take us to lunch. Barbados in the lead here, 64 for 5. In fact, for Jamaica, really not a good session for them. They went from 37 without loss. They lost those 2 early wickets. They had a bit of a fight from Scott and Binns for a while, and then they both got out right before lunch. And then you have to see that shot from Diwa was really unnecessary with just 5 deliveries to go. You got to think that the coaching staff aren't going to be happy with that, but Joshua Dawn is going to be a happy skipper at this point in time. They get to lunch, and Jamaica are 64 for 5. So we'll take a break for lunch and we'll be right back with more coverage after this. And we're back here after lunch and the first delivery right on cue. Pitching on and about the off stump and turning sharply away from the new batsman who's Vittel Laws. 3 deliveries to go in this over. 64 for 5. Well. That's one way to make a statement. It's not going to go for 4. The outfield is quite heavy. But that one pitched up, given some air. And Vittel Laws had a big hoof at it.
He just had one ball to look at and he's launched right into his innings. Second ball, lofting that down to the long off area. But that fielder was in and went right over his head. Didn't get too much timing on it, so it just plugged in the outfield. Of course, the ball before that was right on spot. If you didn't know there was a lunch break, you might not even realize that there was one. Didn't need any loosener to get back into his spell. Just coming forward, that one just a bit outside the off stump, and it's gonna just slow up in the outfield. Gets them back for 2 runs.
One delivery to go for Sondre Batiste in this over. Paji Nelson, the man on strike. Again, it's maybe a bit too short. Guided to Dorner. First slip. The end of over. Number 26. 67 for 5. Barbados went on a bit of a spree right before the end of the first session, as we see Peter Nero
Just going to check on one of his cameras up there. Oh, he's doing a lot of analytical work for umpires and players out there.
around the gone. Trinidad and Tobago still on lunch. They are 100 for 2. And the Windward Islands against Leeward Islands, they are 64 for 3. Jaden Kent on 28 and Brendan Buru, the skippers, on 36.
Really, in all of the games, we're seeing quite a variety throughout that spectrum. This game, the most wickets falling on Windwards and Leewards. It's a bit more moderate, and of course in the Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana game, most runs being scored.
It's an uppish, and there's a man down at long on. They're just going to get one. Banwari, umpire Banwari is at square leg, and umpire Kashif Sandy is the standing umpire right now. Appeal from umpire Sandy, and he says not out. The entire team went up, and the umpire says not out. Let's have a look at this. 2 slips in play, and this one just beating the outside edge. No real look of an edge there. I think what we've seen from Vittel Laws so far is that he's not going to wait around and let the bowlers get on top of him. He's going to play shots, which I'm not sure might be the greatest of ideas, but it's better than staying out there and struggling for a while and then getting out for 7 of 60 odd deliveries. So, delivery from Carter again. 6.3 overs, 2 wickets, 5 runs. 6.4 overs now. It's been a top spell, Dylan.
Certainly has been a lovely spell from him. Hasn't really given away any runs at any point, and well, that was full. And as soon as I talk about him not giving away any runs, just slightly over pitch delivery, that was pretty much an extension of his defense there. Just hitting it past him. Bowler not able to clean up off of his own bowling. No one else to blame but himself.
Well played from Nelson though. 1 delivery to go in over number 27. And a wider delivery this time. And no shot offered. So at the end of 27, 72 for 5. Laws out there on 2. And Pajay Nelson, the wicketkeeper, is 6 not out of 9 after that. Good shot for 4. Should be Sergio Batista continue. In fact, there's going to be a fast bowler, which is always, you tend to see a lot of teams do this after lunch. But I'm looking at the way that the pitch has played so far, and I think the way that the spinners have gone about things, the amount that the ball is thin, I would have stuck with Sergio Batista, or maybe try another spinner as well, but it looks like it's going to be Shaquan Bell to replace Sergio Batista from the southern end.
Well, Bell is probably the right option. Yeah, we saw earlier on in his spell, he started off quite disciplined, so compared to some of the other bowlers who started off a bit more loose, you at least are given someone who would at least be able to hold this end and allow the spinner at the other end to also build pressure.
Yeah, I think if you had to pick a fast bowler to go with, it would have been a choice between Bell and probably Roach, Damari Roach. But yeah, I think you're right. Bell started off better, so let's see how he goes. Starts off with a wide full toss. And Vittel Laws had a woof at it again, but there's no shot, no contact.
Because the last thing you would want is if you enter this fast bowler into the attack, and we see what happened earlier this morning. There's about 28 or so runs in 5 overs. Don't want to give away those 3 runs. Just to see the tractor making its way towards us, heading southbound.
Driven nicely again, but this time straight to, I think that's Pollard there at cover. Jakeem Pollard.
And with 5 wickets down already, you probably want to, as a batting team, be a bit more aggressive at this stage. Of course, only 2 days of play. Driving again, Vittel Laws, and able to sneak through for a single as Midoff just runs around and cleans her up.
Micah Greenwich doing the fielding.
Well, certainly some big shoes to fill with a name like Greenwich.
There's a couple of namesakes on this team. Damari Roach, obviously, namesake of Kemar Roach. This time down the leg side is Jakeem Pollard, the namesake of Kyron Pollard. Micah Greenwich, obviously, the namesake of Gordon Greenwich, Zachary Carter, and Jonathan Carter.
Kamari Griffith, not on the team but in the squad, namesake of Trevon Griffith.
full again and just worked on to the fielder down there at deep square leg to get a single.
Came back for two.
Yeah, two in fact, they're right, and I think they've seemed pretty comfortable in this over playing the faster bowler. And you already, I think Andre Batiste was so successful. I really would have gone with another spinner. I really would have continued with Batiste, but 75 for 5. In the air, and it's gone for 4. A good shot there from Padre Nelson, short and into the body, and he just got back on the back foot and worked it over what would have been square leg. It was wide of the fielder and it goes one bounce into the boundary for 4.
That certainly had some flair to the way that he played that shot, and I think you're right, this fast bowling probably isn't going to be quite as effective at this stage now, especially with the ball being a bit older as well. Already not able to get too much out of this pitch with a new ball, so definitely want the spinners back into the attack. They're trying to retrieve the ball, still haven't been able to as yet. Took 2 of them to get up there. Third is now exiting the boundary rope.
The grass is a bit heavy there, so probably just in fact it seems that they've found it.
Maybe along with a few grasshoppers as well. Jamaica just utilizing that opportunity to get a few refreshments onto the field. Certainly not easy conditions out there, quite hot and humid. And that it's 33 degrees out there and feels like 39 with the humidity, so really not the easiest conditions to play in, but quite a bit of breeze coming across as well to just take out the sting from that, and just able to defend that. It's a bit nervously, Pajay Nelson. Patel Laws, my apologies. Now brings Padre Nelson on strike, who's going at a runner ball. So he's certainly come out there after lunch with a bit more impetus in his batting. Shortish, but cut straight towards that short extra cover. And rotating the strike really well here, the Jamaicans after lunch. So for lunch they got some rice, you know how much they love rice there. So they brought their peas down to mix in as well. Rice and peas so well enjoyed up there. Now changing to over the wicket to Vitel Laws.
Leg slip now, a free slip, short cover, short mid wicket, backward point, square leg, and long on and long off, and a deep mid wicket for Laws. And Carter, as you rightfully said, he's going over the wicket now. He's going to get that ball to turn back into the left-handed Laws.
He seemed to switch up the angle quite a bit throughout his spell so far. It seems to be having quite a good control over that as well. A good encouraging signs for him.
And well fielded down there from the man at long on, that's Joshua Branch.
Stuck out his arm like a branch.
We're going to get 2, so It was 6 of 9, but he's shown that he's out there to play shots. Looks like a delivery from Zachary Carter. What a spell this has been. He's been a bit less consistent after lunch.
Yeah, I think it's just so simple things like running those singles and trying to play those shots that you can just play with your confidence as a bowler this time. Again, catching that edge. It's a bit of a uppish defense. Still scramble through for a single.
And I think if there was a short leg in play there, he might have been in some trouble.
I've seen a lack of the short leg so far throughout the game.
I'm just wondering if maybe that, it's in the rules that there's no short leg allowed. I'm not quite sure.
I've seen that before. Of course, this age of under 17, you also want to prioritize safety as well.
Yeah, I think it's around this age group that there's usually a lot of restrictions on, the protection of players. You can see there's, you have to bat with a helmet no matter what on youth level cricket.
Well, that is certainly a restriction that's in there for good measure, because even when a spinner is bowling, sometimes the ball could bounce a bit more, or even when the fielders throw it, there's always a chance that the ball could still hit you.
There's Bell, who was on the back foot, punching to fielder at middle of their Micah Greenwich. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. See some of the Bayesian fans flying in from Barbados, walking around the National Cricket Centre outfield here. Had a slash at it, and that is the fall of wicket number 6. Vittel Laws was always going to play his shots. He never stopped. This one over pitch from Shaquan Bell, wide outside the off stump, and you could just see that his batting partner is not happy with that. It was just a big swing and an easy catch for the skipper Joshua Dawn at second slip. That's the fall of wicket number 6.
Well, the pace has worked. It has bore fruit so far now in the second session, and now Vittel Laws falling. And we just saw in that shot that was right before the wicket delivery that wasn't looking too comfortable, especially with this angle, the right arm going across him. Looks like he's not too comfortable with that angle quite yet. Of course, still very young, so would be something he wants to look at in a bit more detail. And you see now E.J. Spence striding out to the wicket. Number 9 on his back. Now 6 wickets down. It's been a really unbelievable collapse.
It's going to be E.J. Spence out there now to face up to Shaquan Bell, who's picked up his first wicket, 84 for 6 into the 30th over. Barbados are going to wrap this up as soon as they possibly can and get into batting really. An appeal for LBW, and he's given. Well, E.J. Spence goes. Shaquan Bell's on a hat trick. Played all the way across his pads there. It was full straight and not getting any bat on it. Looked very close and indeed looked pretty good. So that is the end of E.J. Spence, and Barbados really tightening their grip on this game. It's 84 for 7.
Well, a golden duck now for E.J. Spence. Would not be happy with that at all. Looked completely flummoxed by what was going on out there as far as that delivery was concerned.
Now we're gonna see the West Indies on the 19 fast bowler, Deshaun James. He's gonna come into bat at number 9, still quite young. And he's in now at 9. 84 for 7. He has a job to do here. I think it's first.
And of course, we see that the Barbadians as well sharing the wickets around. Only Jakeem Pollard wicketless so far, but everyone else having at least one wicket. Bell and Carter having 2 apiece.
On full and straight again, this time down the leg side. And there is no run. Hat-trick ball. I think if he had lined that one up, Deshaun James might have been in some problems.
Certainly tried his best. When it came to that hat-trick delivery, just a bit offline, as you would have said.
Three slips waiting down there for Deshaun James. The Bajan teals up at this point in time.
Nervous running out there. Is he gonna make it back? Well, was comedy of errors there by both the batsmen as well as the fielders. Not able to make it back. Well, was able to make it back, the batsman, but only because the bowler was not, well, the fielder was not quite able to catch that. Wasn't the greatest of throws either.
Direct hit might have been interesting, but
Direct hit's always interesting.
kept out nicely there from Deshaun James.
You really see his confidence building here, Shaquan Bell, with those 2 wickets.
That brings us to the end of the 30th over. 84 for 7. Jamaica not in a position that they would want to be in.
They're signaling towards the pavilion there. Support has been run out.
Looks like they're going to go pace from both ends. It looks like the Manny Roach is going to be the man taking over from the northern end now. He would have bowled from the southern end and had a great swell, but he's switched ends now.
I think that's a good thing here at this sort of age group cricket, allowing yourself to bowl from both ends, just to see, as a bowler, when you sort of examine the conditions, the wind, what the pitch is doing, sort of able to identify your strengths. I think what's also made Bell so successful is that he sort of hits the pitch harder compared to the other seamers that we've seen so far. Whereas I would say,
It's actually
well,
it's
yeah,
going to be Rashai Gittins, not the Manny Roach.
so he is going to continue from that northern end. I think what also has made Roach successful at this southern end, or just in general, was just his accuracy, and also that he's also thrown in those Yorkers, not afraid to bowl those Yorkers, because he's confident in his execution of it as well. But he's quite disciplined and got the ball moving mostly inward, but saw a few that tailed away, especially when he pitched it a bit wider, so a lot of good to work with there. Gittins is going to sort of slide it inward in his high arm action.
Driven nicely back to the bowler. They're looking for the single. Chance for a run out, and Direct hit again might have been close, but they've not been hitting the stumps.
Well, that is true. They have not been hitting the stumps. Closest they have come to hitting the stumps have been LBWs.
Driven again, shit to the cover fielder. No run.
Lovely Yorker there from Rajai Gittins. Really testing Nelson out. See a 6-3 field employed here. 2 slips, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Square leg and long leg. That's lovely pull shot from Paje Nelson. Looks like it's gonna just race away. It has raced over the boundary line. It's targeted those fans underneath that mango tree.
Yeah, just a length delivery really from Gittins at this point. Not what he would like, and yeah, well put away from Paje Nelson.
Has continued to play his shots after lunch in the face of wickets falling at the other end. Just keeping low again from Rajai Gittins.
But I think what's important is that those balls that have been keeping low have been wide outside the off stump. None that have been on the stumps have really kept that low.
That is a feature of what we see from this pitch most times.
Full toss and put away with this Dean from Paje Nelson. That's 4 more. He moves on to 21.
He's continued to put it away, and he's continued to look in control of all of these shots that he's been playing. And again, you see only 3 wickets remaining at the other end. Have to get some runs before the innings eventually does come to a close. It's 92 for 7 now. Run rate just creeping up to 3 runs and over.
It's going to be Bell to continue.
Having watched proceedings so far, I would like to reiterate that I think the keeping that we've seen from the Bajan keeper has really been quite good in the face of some balls keeping low.
Looks like the fielder down at fine leg was sleeping a bit. Didn't see that one until late. And they get 2 runs. And that's the first 2 for Deshaun James. He gets off the mark. I think Bell, if anything, has been a bit too straight to Deshaun James. Just sliding down the leg side a bit. Driven in the air, and Deshaun James goes. Shaquan Bell continues to pick up wickets after lunch, and it's now 94 for 8.
This has been a magnificent spell from Bell here. 3 wickets now after lunch. 2 in 2 balls, and now just a few balls later, he's just pitched that one up, and Deshaun James has just fed that straight to the fielder. Just outside the off stump. Foolish delivery and nothing short really.
And it was a simple catch in the end for Mari Roach. 94 for 8 now. Really was a soft dismissal. Ball was pitched up and it was really just a push to the fielder. Shaquan Bell 3 for 11. What a spell he's having here after lunch. Well, 2 good overs before lunch, but it's looked more threatening and more dangerous after.
Well, do you still think that they should have been bowling spin?
I think I'm going to have to take that back. Credit to Shaquan Bell. You proved me wrong here. He's proven me wrong.
As a fellow pacer like yourself as well.
And the wicket was turning a bit, so they've now decided to go pace from both ends, and clearly it has worked in their favour.
Yeah, I will say the pace from both ends has surprised me, but has worked, so no real reason to argue about it.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Bell to bowl to the new batsman Adrian Silvera. Gets a single, gets off strike, and Padre Nelson back on now, 21 of 21.
Yeah, I think really on this pitch you do have to play your shots. Both Nelson and what we saw earlier from Savio Jones able to get some runs while playing their shots, whereas so when Brian, Scott and Binns just sort of got tied down, just was a matter of time before eventually they lost their wicket. Oh, well, that was a lovely short delivery. Padre Nelson forced the fend at that one. Got himself out of the way, but really didn't look 100% in control of that. Well, he was trying to pull that, but just sort of was on his way down by that point, so probably not the best shot when it comes to looking to play that on this pitch either.
So continue to look around. Trinidad and Tobago have fallen now to 126 for 4. They've lost Jaden Kent. In the air, and there it is. That's wicket number 9, and that's wicket number 4 for Shaquan Bell. What a spell he's having after lunch here. Poor shot, really. No need for that. And the fielder at mid-on takes the simplest of catches. And that is the end of Padre Nelson. 4 wickets now for Bell. 4 for 12 in fact, and 4.5. He'll be raring for his fifer. And I think Barbados would look to get Jamaica out as soon as possible.
Really a poor shot. You do not want to be playing that sort of shot against pace at this point in your innings. It's not. It's more of a limited over sort of shot. You would be looking to play in that region against Bell, who's bowling so brilliantly at this point. Really wasn't the sort of shot you'd be looking to play. But it's all about learning from that and knowing not to play that shot in the future if you're in a game situation such as this.
So in at number 11, the final batsman for Jamaica is going to be Perico Henry. Left-hander, 95 for 9. Shaquan Bell really is going to be rearing to go away, looking for that 5th wicket.
There's only 5 overs he's bowled so far, 3 after lunch. First 2 overs didn't even get a wicket, so he's got those 4 wickets now within just 3 overs. It's a bit leg side-ish there. Allows Henry to nudge that. And it's gonna sneak a single, a leg by, in fact, and keep the strike. 96 for 9 after 32 overs. If Shaquan Bell would be asking his piecer from the other end to just hold off a bit.
Gonna be getting to continue from the northern end.
It's a bit of respite for players out there. Cloud has now blocked the sun. No threat or anything, but just a bit of cool out there for them. He's leaving that one outside the off stump. Confidently left from Henry. Just past the bat on that occasion. Edging ever so closer, Gittins towards that edge of Henry.
Trinidad and Tobago 130 for 5 now. Brendan Boodoo just getting out for 52.
The wickets have come quick on both grounds. Both Trinidad is at, as well as here at the NCC.
Mario Ramdahal has come in and picked up 3 quick wickets. He got rid of Jaden Kent, Fariz Ali and Brendan Boodoo, probably the 3 biggest wickets in that Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Windward Island 78 for 4.
Line more on the stumps now from Gittins and scrambling a single. Still unable to hit the stumps, the fielders. We have another look at it. Just played at that, and again the fielder not making contact with the stumps. Newton it was on that occasion. First goal here for Jamaica is really just getting towards that 100 mark at least. Would give them some sort of confidence going into that second innings.
That one rolling past the keeper, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4 byes. That's going to bring up the 100 for Jamaica. Got to feel a bit unlucky there is the bowler. That one just hitting the sand in the National Cricket Centre here and rolling through.
Well, he really did in the keeper more than the batsman. That delivery there. Defended again. Gonna keep The strike is Adrian Silveira. It's an appeal for a run out, and they're gonna try to sneak another run. Really quite eccentric out there. They ran one, there was an overthrow, and they rushed through for the second. Now 103 for 9. No bird bats in sight.
Wide delivery. Outside the off stump. Appeal got behind this time, beating the outside edge. Not out, says the umpire.
Just edging a bit closer towards the stumps. That delivery, Shaquan Bell. He's really close to the stumps, but natural movement from his action, just taking it away. Man, almost a low full toss now.
Well, trying to hunt. Mr. Rupu retired hurt earlier on, went back out to bat and got out. What seems to be the very next ball. You know, Christian Lal's out there with Aaron Bassant. Trying out really from 126 for 4, they've gone to 130 for 6. Beaten outside the off stump again, and Shaquan Bell just missing the outside edge once more.
Well, the Windward Islands have now gone 80 for 5 as well. Seen quite a few after lunch wickets fallen.
Yeah, it seems like it's happened in every venue, Dylan. Trinidad and Tobago losing 3 wickets after lunch.
Must be something
4
in the
in
air.
fact. Yeah, they've lost 4. Barbados have picked up 4 here against Jamaica. Windwards have lost 3. Here's Bell, 4 for 12, into his 6th over. Wide outside the off stump again. He really needs to get straight here. I think he needs to bowl on the stumps, get those pads in play. This one, you have a look at it again, it was just a bit too wide. Had a fish at it, but never really anything in that.
I don't know how confident he is bowling round the wicket. An interesting angle given what I've seen from his bowling so far. Lead on over for Shaquan Bell. Score remains an 103 for 9.
It'll be looks like it's going to be Roach to replace Gittins from the northern end. Wide outside the old stump. Perico Henry's living an exciting life out there. He's swinging and missing at everything. He just walks off. In fact, that's Agent Vera who had a big woof at that one.
Well, Roach has switched over to the other end now. Thought he did earlier, but now he actually has.
Not gotten this last wicket easily. Barbados, they're working hard for it.
There we get a bit of a reminder of what we saw this morning. A few bowlers just pulling out of their run-up.
But it seems to happen more on this end than the southern end. They've definitely had more of a problem.
Slashing at that one, but still daylight between bat and ball as it carries through to the keeper. Ever so close, the bat not close enough for Roach to get his second wicket. And it's up in the air here. Adrian Silveira. And now this fielder is setting on it, and it's taken easily. Just did a bit of a backflip as well while he took that catch, and that's the end of the innings for Jamaica. Silveira just lofting that one up with not much distance at all. And a little backflip just to add some flair to it.
Definitely so. So that's going to be the end of the first innings here at the National Cricket Centre. Jamaica all out 103. We'll be right back in a bit to see Barbados reply. Take a break and we'll see you guys for the second innings.
Nidge opening the batting for Barbados as well. For Zachary Carter, who bowled so well for his 2 wickets. Oh, that was quite a delivery, caused quite a upheaval of the fielders. It's interesting how Carter is holding his bat in the initial stance as well. That ball just swung past him, just seamed past him.
Deshaun James would have played for the West Indies on the 19 team in the recently concluded on the 19 World Cup. And he's going to need to use all that experience here to limit Barbados.
It's really testing Zachary Carter early here, and it's quite a powerful bowling action he has. Quite loads up on it and really releases that ball with quite some fierceness.
And Zachary Carter has hit that over long on, and one bounce into the boundary for 4. What a... Well, that one came out of nowhere, Dylan.
Well, that was really close to being a 6 initially, and really just wasn't able to get all the distance on it. But first over, Zachary Carter is really stamping his authority here.
You can see he's the type of batter that's not going to let bowlers settle early on. He gets a ball that he thinks he can hit, he's going to put it away.
And they're really in a good position here. Barbados allows them to play with that positive intent, knowing that they're not too far away from that score already set by Jamaica. Around the wicket this time, and just defended out to that extra cover fielder. 6 runs off that first over, all going to Zachary Carter to run a ball. Of course, Carter would have only given away 14 runs in his bowling spell, so already batted and gained back 6 of those runs. So quite effective in his approach, as we would see as an all-rounder. So Trinidad and Tobago now 8 wickets down.
Well. Disappointed in themselves.
Of course, we still have to wait until we see both teams bat in both that game and this game.
It's going to be
Adrian Silveira.
left arm fast bowler. This one angling back into the pads, and Greenwich gets off the mark. It's going to bring the big man Carter back on strike. 6 of 6. So the last ball of that over. The second to last ball of that over, in fact, go over long on. One bounce into the boundary. Definitely seems to be an aggressive player.
If anything, it almost forced James to go around the wicket for that final delivery. So quite proactive batting from the Bajans so far. Just sort of swatted down to that fielder long leg. One thing I noticed so far with Silveira's run-up is doesn't seem to get too much into his run-up, so tiptoes a bit, and then the rest of the run-up doesn't look like there's too much power going through his action from the run-up. Of course, when you contrast that with someone like James, who's already come back from under 19 World Cup, that's also a bit more noticeable looking at them from either end.
Good delivery on the line of our stump there.
Sort of like runs through the crease instead of planting his foot when he lands.
No, it reminds me a bit of Jakeem Pollard as well. When we saw him bowl earlier on. They both have something similar to Jofra Archer. You know, he doesn't jump. Jofra Archer just runs straight through the crease.
Mohamed Shami as well.
Yeah, they both generate some good pace. So I think it's good mechanics more than anything.
To each his own.
I do think though that Greenwich is missing Silvera is missing a bit of pace though. Could just be that the wicket is slow, we know that, but
Also interesting that we see in that first innings, we saw the left armer coming from the northern end, now we see him coming from the southern end. Usually the wind tends to stay quite consistent as far as direction here, so maybe just more of a in-swing bowler than an out-swing bowler.
yeah, and I think Deshaun James is also more of a bowler who gets the ball to come back into the right-hander.
Silvera certainly found a good length here. Not too much movement as far as what he's able to get from this new ball, but quite a disciplined start. Final delivery of the over, Greenwich to face up. Just flicked into the onside. Bit nervously, but sneak a single and retain the strike. Now 9 for none. Sean James is going to now stick to that around the wicket angle to make a Greenwich. Comes in and that's just edged into the offside. He's half-hearted pushing his bat at that one. Of course, throughout that Jamaica batting innings, we saw batsmen with very high backlift, and so far from what I've seen from Greenwich, he does keep that bat a bit lower in his stance. So we'll see as the day progresses how that works out for him as compared to the higher backlift. And just nicely guided through the offside, and that looks like it's gonna run away for 4, and it does. That was a wonderful execution of timing from Micah Greenwich, and he gets himself his first boundary. So both opening batsmen now have gotten themselves boundaries in quite different ways. But that would certainly give him some confidence, and that's one of the reasons why as batsmen you have to sort of adapt yourself depending on what pitch you're playing on, just keeping that bat a bit lower, allowing him to deal with that lowish bounce. James again. This time just nudged into the onside and rotate the strike. Give Carter a little taste of Deshaun James again. Took quite nicely to him in the first over. Much taller man, Zachary Carter. You see nothing in comparison to the height of the stumps. Look at the field as well. You see 2 slips in place as opposed to the 3 we tended to see throughout the first innings. Also see that gully that is a bit further forward, a bit squarer than what we saw from the first innings, and this time he's cut that over cover and it's gonna just race towards the boundary, but picked up in the end. Just snuck 2 runs there. So both Carter and Greenwich looking to be batting well together. 2 left-handers opening the batting as well. Always makes for interesting viewing. You see 2 slips, the gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg and long leg. Carter just fends that one back to his partner and mid-off run around and cut that off.
A good start here from Carter and Greenwich. So a similar start from Jamaica. I think they were about 15 or 16 without loss after 3 as well. And the way that I've seen Carter go about things so far, it looks like he's going to go out there, he's going to play his shots, and there's also the possibility that he gets out. This time pulled away into the leg side. It's going to run close to the boundary. There's a fielder giving chase, and it's just going to be 2. Let's see, end of over number 3 is 18 without loss.
Going at exactly 6 runs to the over now.
Two boundaries early on. I think James would be disappointed, you know, he's a West Indies under 19 player. He's come out here and he's conceded 15 in his first 2 overs.
They've certainly taken a liking to James. Certainly not what you'd want to be showing as someone coming back from that under 19 tournament. You want to lead from the front and impart that experience. Still 2 slips in place, and well, now Adrian Silveira. Again, he's right on that length, not moving from there. Sort of strikes me as someone who's gonna stay on that length throughout the day and just needle at you with accuracy.
I think what I've seen though from the Bayesian batters, I think they've been quite solid. They've not looked to be in any sort of bother. And when they get the bad balls, they're not afraid to put it away. They're not afraid to play their shots either early on. So a real confident approach. This time pulled away. There's a man down at fine leg and it's 1 bounce into him. Just a single. What a good looking shot again there from Greenwich.
Just as I was speaking about just a bit earlier, I'd say that both these batsmen so far, you would say that noticeably their backlift is a bit lower compared to the Jamaican batsmen. So whether that's something just natural to them or something that they adapted because of what they saw the pitch doing, seems to be working out better for them.
Yeah, maybe just so far it is a pitch that's keeping low. There's not much pace in it, not much bounce either.
Of course, you really see that height of Carter when he bends down to tap that batter on the floor as well, and that was quite a delivery there from Adrian Silveira.
Yeah, short and into the pitch, and I think the slowness of the wicket did for Zachary Carter there. Wasn't
Just
really
walking
rushed
off.
onto him.
He's having a bit of a break.
But he's not backing down here. He's gonna take the attack to them. He's not gonna let them get on top of him at all here. Zachary Carter, 10 of 11. Michael Greenwich, 8 of 10. Healthy strike rates really on. Pulled away. And that's gonna be 4 runs. What a shot that was again from Zachary Carter.
Confident stroke play here, and doesn't look like they wanna let it slow up at all, do the Barbadians. Looks like they wanna be in front of the total by T.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be hard the way that they've gone about it so far. 23 after 3.4. Carter playing his shots. It's not backing down from the challenge here. It's going to be interesting to see how Silvera bounces back and how Deshaun James bounces back as well. Good delivery and good shot there on the back foot and in full control, steering it to backward point. Run on offer there.
Final delivery of the over. He's just gonna try to gain a single, and he is gonna run through for a quick single in the end. So they also, in addition to hitting those boundaries, able to run those singles and keep the fielders in check. 24 after 4 overs, still going at 6 and over. Very symmetrical.
Yeah, they've maintaining that run rate so far.
Now Perico Henry comes into the attack. So far, Deshaun James has not inspired much confidence in the team, so an early change.
Down the ground and one bounce to the fielder there at mid-off. But another positive stroke there from Zachary Carter. Good delivery again from Perico Henry. Looking to pull this one away and not getting up as much as he would have liked there is Zachary Carter. That one down the leg side. Good take from the wicketkeeper. Well, that's the fall of the first wicket. Zachary Carter goes. It was just a matter of time. The way he was playing, he was either going to go big early or get out early. And this one just over pitched and this really helped straight to the field at mid on. A good catch there. And that is the fall of the first wicket. Perico Henry strikes in his first over. And it's 24 for 1. So that brings Joshua Dawn to the crease. The Bajan skipper also would have played for the West Indies under 19 in that World Cup. He's in at number 3 and he's got a big job on his hands. Does have a habit of scoring runs here at the NCC. And he's going to look to use his knowledge of the conditions and get a big score for his team.
Well, that positive start has now come to an end.
There's Henry in. And wide outside the off stump. No shot offered there from Joshua Dawn.
So far, change bowling has worked. Henry doing the job getting that early breakthrough for the Jamaicans. It's a bit wide on that occasion, but not causing any damage.
Dawn is a pretty good player. It'll be interesting to see the approach he takes. Kept this one out nicely. Played down to mid-on. There's no run. So a wicket maiden for Perico Henry to start. At the end of 5 is 24 for 1.
Sean James has now switched over to the southern end, so it's a bit of what we were talking about earlier with the left armour starting at this end and right armour starting at the other end. Maybe that was not quite his favoured end, but of course you're only going to find that out by actually bowling in a game situation, so better that found out that early rather than later.
And Deshaun James would have also played a couple of games here with.
Now we're seeing a bit of what we saw in the previous innings, having some issues with the run-up. It's always difficult to run up at this ground. So when you're running up in that area and you know that the pitch isn't going to assist you, it's just a double whammy as well.
Wide outside the off stump again. And no shot offered from Greenwich. just see a bit of a damper on the way that Barbados have gone about things now. Taking a more of a precautionary method in the way that they've batted since Big Zachary Carter got out. Got out playing a pretty good shot though. I think if he had got a bit straighter, I think that's what he was going for, but maybe just coming out the inner half of the bat. Oh, had a woof at that one.
I think out of all the bowlers we've seen so far today, I think Greenwich has gotten the most carry from the surface. Sorry, not Greenwich. Deshaun James.
Yeah, he does have a bit of pace in him. He would have played against... I would have played against Deshaun 2 occasions last year when Trinidad and Tobago under 19 played against Jamaica under 19, and he picked up a few wickets, picked up 3 or 4 wickets on both occasions, and getting that ball to just lift off the surface at Arnesville.
But who came out victorious in that encounter?
Well, Jamaica beat us in the 50 over game, but that when it came down to the 2-day game, 3-day game in fact, we managed to beat them outright.
Seems all tied up in the end.
Well, I think they beat the under 19s twice this year, so I think they got the upper hand as of right now.
No ball now from Deshaun James. Just overstriding for a bit extra pace. Isn't satisfied with the current pace that he has. Just either that or a bit of issue with the run up again.
I think he just went up for that extra yard of pace and did just...
See one of the Jamaican support staff just making their way around the field. Giving a bit of support as they can.
So driven to mid-off, no run again.
They slowed things down here. Have the Jamaicans, the Deshaun James, the switch of ends has seemed to help him out. Of course, the wicket from his bowling partner Henry would have also helped him out. This time just a elegant little punch through the offside is gonna bring them 2 runs. The Jamaican support staff continuing in their discussions, observing the proceedings out there, trying to gain some shade underneath that light pool as well. Continues to be scorching out there. According to my weather app, it feels like 41 out there.
Nicely forward there is Dawn. Comfortable so far. Just a couple of deliveries.
Petco Henry providing something we haven't seen so far today, taking a wicket with not giving away any runners yet. And also providing a beautiful delivery there to Joshua Dawn.
Dawn leaning forward nicely there, driving. But just a push really and no run.
We're keeping things quiet here. So has quite a high arm action. It's really gained quite a bit out of the pitch by, and from that angle. This runs off of his bowling here, just tucked into the onside from Joshua Dawn. Slight misfield allows them to get back for 2. Seeing a bit of miscommunication out there in the field as well. Solidly back defending now, Joshua Dawn. Really coming close to the danger area on that occasion there. Henry was striding again for some pace. 2T after 7 overs. Between that 4th and 7th over, there's a 3 over period now where only 6 runs were scored, so able to put the brakes on.
Yeah, I think that's how wicket has fallen. Man, the bowlers really have tightened the screws on Barbados here. Perico Henry and Deshaun Jameson switching ends.
Sean James into his 4th over now.
Some flicked off the middle stump and they're going to get an easy single in the gap there.
Still seeing those two slips in play. And that fielder sort of between a gully and a backward point. Interesting sort of position.
That one seemed to keep a bit low, and Greenwich maybe I think he did well.
Certainly looked as if it surprised him a bit. We see a lovely view of a lovely view. It must be having quite a time up there, if not for all the sunshine. Lovely breeze.
Looking for two there. Get one into the gap.
Let's see as well from what I've seen so far, Joshua Dawn, compared to Greenwich and Carter, it's a bit slightly higher backlift as we saw from the Jamaican batsman earlier. So all about making natural strengths work for you as a batsman and a bowler. See some of the support staff as well just passing behind the side screen. Good thing the bowler's not coming from that end, because it would have been right in his view.
Good delivery again, but Dawn once again in complete control of his shot there. The end of the over, 32 for 1. Down 4 of 11. Greenwich 11 of 30. Sean James, after his first two overs, went for 15. His next two just going for 5. He was good.
See Otto Boulden Stadium, just towards the northwest where we're stationed. Like a Greenwich to face up, and that's a wonderful delivery. No reward there. All of the fielders went up. Take another look at it. It's bowling quite beautifully, but looked as if it might have just been pitching outside. There we see beautiful shot of some birds from cameraman extraordinaire Kadir Mohammed. Henry into second delivery. And oh, Greenwich just doesn't know what to do with that one. Looks like he's okay out there, but certainly some chin music from Perico Henry just to add to what we see going on. Can't quite tell where that hit him from this angle, but didn't seem to need any sort of assistance from support staff. Oh, just down the leg side from Henry, losing his line there. Just looking to shake it off and give himself a bit of a stretch before he makes his way back into his next delivery. Just pushed into the onside. Brings Dawn back on strike. It's a 5-4 field employed now. Still 2 slips. Backward point. Cover. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket. Square leg and long leg. Henry just missing his line again, and he's not happy with himself at all. Just has to calm himself down and improve on what he was trying to do. Of course, the only bowler so far with a wicket, so must be doing something right. Now into his final ball of his third over. He's in again, and this time a bit better, but still a bit too straight. No run to end off the over. It's 3 for 1.
It's going to be a change in bowling. It's going to be Severa back from the southern end. Good for every day from Severa. It's a good delivery there to Joshua Dawn. Dawn has really been in complete control of this innings.
Now we also see Silvera back. Sean James is 4 overs, going for 20 runs. 20 of the 34 runs already gained by Barbados, so rightfully taken out of the attack. And of course, they would have started off with that left armer in Silvera and James, so now keeping that left arm, right arm combination.
Sam opening the face nicely, guiding it down to third man. Or our third man would have been to field that point, does the fielding, and they get 2 runs. Well played there from Dawn.
Silvera really looking quite comfortable bowling to both right and left-handers, adjusting his line quite effectively. Also see a 42-run partnership in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, between Adrian Racha and Kadir Juman. 27 of those runs coming from Racha. Very capable with bat in hand.
We saw Racha win games for his secondary school team with the bat in hand as well as the ball, so good little all-rounder.
Of course, 8 wickets also down in the game between Windwards and Leewards.
I think Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to get to that 200, 225 mark and look to bowl down Guyana cheaply, get that first innings points.
Had a few namesakes in that game between Windwards and Leewards as well. You see an Actonese, a Mackenzie, a Tong, and a Charles.
Driven a bit upishly there from Dawn, but fielder at mid-off collects, and that is the end of over number 10. It's 37 for 1.
Just nicely rotating strike here, Greenwich and Dawn. After that blitzful start between Greenwich and Carter.
Perico Henry back into the attack now. 3 overs, 1 for 5. He's bowled well so far. Picked up that wicket maiden when he got Carter out. See a change in the field now. There's a fine leg being put in play. 2 slips still there. A backward point. Cover. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. Square leg and the long leg now. Driven nicely from Dawn. No real power behind it. Just trying to place it and time it. Trying to get his timing right, but he looks really comfortable out there.
I think so far from what I've seen, looks like more of a touch player than someone who tries to really power the ball.
Does have the ability though to clear the ropes with ease. He is a strong batter. And, he'll want to come big for his team here. Good delivery from Henry there. Seems to take the outer half of the bat of Dawn. sunny day at the National Cricket Centre. It's been a while where we've seen some cricket in Trinidad where there's not been any rain affecting the play.
Certainly, last time I was here, there was rain.
I think we remember just a couple of days ago in that test match that rain fell pretty much every day in the test. There was no real full day of test cricket.
Because you do tend to get those afternoon showers in North Trinidad. Whereas I would say whenever I come to the NCC, it seems like rain follows me here.
It seems that you might have a good memory here today. There's not much dark clouds around. The forecast says no rain, but we can never really trust that weather forecast, can we?
Well, you saw my plane earlier. I sent it up there just to get rid of all the clouds.
Here's Perico Henry running into bowl from the northern end. This time a bit too wide, and it's a wonderful shot from Joshua Dawn, opening the face and just placing it past the fielder at backward point. A heavy outfield out there. So they pick up 2.
There's no need to do anything silly here. Just continuing to get those quick singles, working their way up. Pretty much 40 runs at this point, 4/10 of the way there. As far as achieving parity, and then that point is just towards looking to bat Jamaica out of the game.
Clipped away into the leg side, but there's no run. And if we go over there. Updates in Trinidad and Tobago game, 192 for 8. Windward Islands also 133 for 8 against the Leewards.
Looks as if we're going to see some spin into the attack as well. Just saw that ran the helmet out for the wicket keeper. It's going to be Vittel Laws. Is this left arm wrist spin I'm seeing here? Or is he just going to come around the wicket? Left arm wrist spin. Certainly in for an afternoon treat.
Yeah, we not seen much of this at youth level. I think Trinidad and Tobago, we had Nick Ramlal play under 19 cricket for us last year. But it's going to be a bit of turn on offer early on. You tend to see that with wrist spinners, they're going to get turned no matter what. And this wicket is already turning. So it's going to be, once Laws gets it to pitch, it could be a big issue here.
There's another left arm wrist spinner. His name evades me.
Is he from Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes.
Might be Amrit Das you're thinking about.
It's yet another one.
Riyad Ali Khan. It's Ryan Bandu.
Brian Bandu.
Yeah. Ryan Bandu is a former schoolmate of both you and Idolon. Went to Naprima College for a couple of years. Captained the team in his last year.
That must be why I must be trying to remember him. 2 slips in here for Vittel Laws, so confidence shown by his captain right away.
2 full this time, trying to give it some air. And that should run away for 4. That's a good shot from Greenwich. Well timed and into the gap for 4.
You're always going to get that with wrist spinners in general, especially early into their spell. Just have to continue to nurture that skill. Don't let that deter you. It's quite a hard art to master, especially at this age. You're nowhere near your peak when it comes to a wrist spinner as yet. The right ingredients. He's looking towards turning the ball and has Gained quite a bit of turn there, but turned away by the batsman.
It's a bit too short, and they're gonna run around and get two now. I think once Laws pitches the ball in the right areas, he's gonna be dangerous on this wicket. .45 for 1. 11.5 overs gone. Should be nearing the tea break anytime soon now. And there it is. It's going to be tea. So Jamaica, after picking up the wicket, they've put a hamper on things a bit. And at the end of 12:45 for 1. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes at the end of tea. 45 for 1. The Barbados under 17 boys, they trail by 58 runs. We'll be right back after this break.
It's the evening session here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. And Barbados under 17 boys are now 45 for 1 after having 12 overs in the pre-tea session. Rico Henry to continue his spell from the northern end. Joshua Dawn gets his account underway. First thing after tea. Brings Greenwich back on strike to face up right away. Rico Henry so far bowling quite well for his 4 overs now and 1 ball. 1 for 8. The only successful bowler from Jamaica thus far. He's back on wonderful length, Micah Greenwich.
Henry's in again to bowl to Greenwich. Good delivery again. Seemed to just take the outer half of the bat.
Certainly just taking that bat just a bit, and because of how this pitch has been acting, just dying on the way to that field, that extra cover.
This stage, you've got to say that Barbados on top of this game. 46 for 1, they trail by 57 runs, 9 wickets in hand. Donors look really comfortable out there. Greenwich as well, he's looked solid from the get-go.
Both of these batsmen batted really well together. Started off quite quickly with Carter, and they've been able to adapt after our wicket has fallen and just bat it at their own pace that comes natural to them. Henry again, and so far since this session has begun, hasn't been too much as far as bouncing the wicket. Seems they just slowed down a bit. It has been acting slow throughout the entire day. Also the effects of being out there in that blistering heat also would be taking toll on the bowlers.
Nicely played again. Soft hands, opening the face of the bat just to beat that fielder. And it's going to run into the boundary, close to the boundary. A good stop there. And not sure if that went for 4. I think that's the skipper, Tyreek Bryan. We're going to have a look at that again.
Great effort from Bryan.
When the
To me,
umpire
like-
signalled no boundary.
Looked to me like he had saved it initially. Great effort. Athletic dive over the boundary as well. And they score up to 49 now after 13 overs of going by in this Barbados innings.
It's going to be Silvera to continue.
Persistent with that left arm, right arm piece combination.
Barbados managing to keep that run rate just below 4. After scoring at 6 earlier, they've gone down a bit, but gotta expect, they lost a wicket. It was right before a break, so they had to tone it down a bit. Then now we're just coming out of a break. They want to start a bit slowly, get back settled, and then play their shots. So driven straight to Deshaun James at cover. In fact, that's the skipper Brian.
Haven't taken flight of those birds. Staying quite low to the ground, just like the ball does on this pitch.
Definitely so. Seen a couple keep low, but we've yet to see any hint of, extra bounce. So how solid is Greenwich going forward there.
Certainly that yellow Jamaica cap in that field has quite a distinctive look when you gaze out there. Definitely identify those fielders who are wearing it, such as the wicketkeeper.
Driven again, this time straight to the fielder point, miss fields, and they're not going to take two, they'll settle for one.
Bit of a misfield involving one of those fielders that had that cap that I just spoke about. Only one run in the end, so get to see Joshua Dawn's elegant batting again. Also first time in this post tea session that we get to see Silvera against the right hand batsman.
Well, here's Silvera again to Dawn. That one not getting up as much. Silvera, not quite sure what the excitement was there. Dawn seemed very comfortable.
Let's take a look and see. Maybe just excited about that slight inward movement he was getting.
Good to see he's finding a way to keep himself interested.
As a dust storm passes across his pathway to the crease.
Well.
Getting a bit greedy there. Maybe looking for some more of that inward movement, but starting the ball a bit too straight. Just a nice extension of his defense to end the over. Joshua Dawn continues to look very comfortable out there.
a bit of gardening done there from Greenwich as Rico Henry comes into bowl over number 15. Appeal for LBW, the umpire says not out.
Dawn's just dropped his bat at the other end.
There's not much happening out there.
Certainly no mic drop moment for him. Just loose outside the off stump from Greenwich. Full delivery enticing him, but making no contact. Silvera just refreshes himself down at long leg. Nicely forward on that occasion from Greenwich.
This one just outside the leg stump and dying on the way to the keeper again, as we've seen so many times today.
Continues to be a valuable learning experience for the keepers as well. Driving that full length delivery down to middle one. Puff of dust as he played the shot. A conversation with one of the reserve players at long leg with Silvera. Is missing his run up now, Henry. One more ball to get out of that sixth over for him. Be another maiden in his name. It's now 50 after 15.
A lot of birds around. It seems like we're gonna see spin again. And
Looks as if it's gonna be Spence.
E.J. Spence.
Hopefully, he might have seen that bird entice him to flight the ball a bit.
I don't think you're going to get Joshua Dawn playing any rash shots like that, though.
Certainly, both batsmen look very compact in defense so far. Greenwich hasn't looked afraid to put that bad ball away either. It's a regulation off break to begin with. Dead back defense. Just driving now, Joshua Dawn. Good bit of timing, but still plugging that thick outfield. Has a slip in place. No other fielders in close. Flighting it up a bit on that occasion. Just comes forward and plays it with ease again. Does Joshua Dawn. Greenwich now would have to deal with the ball going away from him. Slip remains in place, but see a short extra cover now coming in as well. And it's nothing to do with that, Greenwich.
So that is the end of over number 16, 53 for 1. E.J. Spence 3 runs off his over. Dawns on 14. Greenwich on 22.
Bit of refreshments for the batsmen.
It's going to be Lords to take things over from the northern end. Tell Lords first over going for 6. He was a bit all over the place. Field for him, they've got a man that seems to be going out to deep square leg. They've got a short, in fact that's a leg slip, a short mid wicket, mid on, deep square, deep mid wicket, mid off, cover, and backward point and a free slip. So Joshua Downing stands and looks around at his field.
Good start to the over from Laws. Continues to keep those fielders close to give him that confidence he needs. And getting some good turn.
Good delivery from Laws. Dawn is long forward and pushes it into the offside.
An appeal there, but that's quite outside the off stump. Put his foot forward and showed that there was no threat.
That one seemed to be all bat with an appeal from Vittel Laws. Partnership moves to 29 now. Short and pulled away from Dawn, and that split the gap, and that's going to be 6 runs over the mid-wicket fielder Joshua Dawn, putting some life into this one.
Well, continues to not be afraid to put away those bad balls. Was firmly in place to pull that one high and long. And that's the first 6 of his innings. Just as I thought, also the first 6 of the match.
It was a rank short delivery there from Vittel Laws. Bowler got over up until then. Smack for 6, final delivery. Dawn showing that he's just enjoying himself out there, settling in and putting away the bad balls exactly the way he would want to go about his innings. It's gonna be Spence back. Giving this one outside the off stump is Micah Greenwich. Turn on off on this surface. Got a single there. Down the track, and Joshua Dawn gets this one over mid-off. And that is going to be 4 more. Dawn on the charge here.
Yeah, well, I just noticed that they put 2 deep fielders out on the leg side, but they still kept those fielders close as far as mid-off and mid-on. And it's almost encouraging him to play a bit straighter, whereas he probably wouldn't target the leg side too much and play cross-batted shots. Solidly back into his defense now, Joshua Dawn. And he's come forward again, and this time it's straight as a die. Has that gone into the drain? Have they lost that, or did they get it back?
I think it's just straight ahead. But another great shot from Dawn. He's really taking the charge to the Jamaican bowlers here. Couple of bounces into the boundary, and it has gone into the drain. You were right about that, Dillard. So they might have to change the ball.
The good umpire now comes out.
By Simon Arun. I'm just gonna have a quick break while they look for the ball. We'll be right back. That's the end of the over there. 69 for 1. Dawn races on to 29 of just 42. So 4, 6 and... In fact, he said a 6 and 2 fours. Eventful last 2 overs for Barbados. They move on to 69. To tell those to continue from the northern end here at the National cricket centre. Don looking to flick and a loud appeal, but umpire Kashif Sandy says not out. Pretty close. Might have just been pitching outside. Maybe a little bit of bat. This one driven nicely through the covers from Dawn. Once again. 4 more. What a shot from Joshua Dawn. He really looks to be in great touch here. He moves to 33. It's over pitched. Full toss actually from Laws. And Dawn just leaned forward and placed it through the gap. And it raced to the boundary for 4. Dawn showing all his class here, showing the reason that he's probably one of the best players in this competition this year. Played in the Under-19 World Cup, as we mentioned, for the West Indies. And he's looking to bring all that experience to the core here. Faster delivery. And Dawn on the back foot works it in to a vacant short mid-wicket area, and they get a single. 50 up. 50 partnership up between these two. It's a low as 17 in his 2.4. This one tuning back in, but Dawn was quick on it and flicks it into the leg side, gets a single, moves on to 35 now. That's a dot ball to finish. So at the end of over number 19, Barbados under 17, 76 for 1. And that's another boundary for Joshua Dawn. Short and off the back foot. He pushes it into the gap and gets 4 more. Really was nicely played from Joshua Dawn. Just pushed into the leg side. No run. 39 now for Dawn. He's really gotten into his game, and we spoke about earlier that he's the type of player that he's gonna come out. He's gonna take his time, get accustomed to conditions, and when he gets comfortable, there's no stopping him. This time driven uppishly, straight to the fielder, and put it down. A diving effort from Deshaun James. Dawn would feel a bit slighted there. And looking at this, just dropping before Deshaun James, diving forward. A good effort, but not getting there in the end. This time just forward on defense is done. Good bowling from Spence, trying to make things happen here. The only thing that would help the situation is that they need a wicket right now to break this partnership. Partnership of 56 now. And that's a beauty of a delivery, beaten between bat and pad and just missing the off stump. A brilliant delivery from EJ Spence. In fact, they just beat the outside edge. Joshua Dawn, 39 of 51. Long forward and defense. That brings us to the end of over number 20. 80 for 1. Barbados scoring at about 4 and over. Those to continue. Cut away, and that should run away for 4. And it does in the end, so a boundary for Greenwich, short and wide and cut away nicely. The ball seemed that it was just going to stop before the boundary rope started slowing down, and in fact it did hit the rope in the end. So a boundary for Greenwich. He moves on now to 27. Laws 22 and 3.1. No run there. Driven past the field out short cover, is running close to the boundary, and cuts off, and they get just 2. Let's go now. 86 for 1. Greenwich 29. Good looking shot there. Given some flight, and it's straight down the ground when he's not gotten the connection that he would have liked. And that's a dot delivery. A lot of flight, and that's coming out of the lower end of the bat. A bit flatter, punched away straight to the field that cover. 1 delivery to go now in over number 21. Partnership 62. So I'm just peeling off the outside edge down to ground. So dot delivery at the end of 21, 86 for 1. But it seems like Greenwich has retired hit. Not sure if he picked up a bit of an injury, but that brings Joshua Branch in at number 4. He's a similar build to Joshua Dawn, a tall player. Here's Spence to Dawn. Dawn leaning forward and pushes it into the offside. They get the single. Dawn moves to 40 now. So I'm pulled out to deep mid wicket for a single. Off the back foot again. Punched nicely from Joshua Dawn. And it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Joshua Dawn has looked so classy today. He moves on to 44. Just a back foot punch. And all the way in the gap off the middle of the bat. And then didn't even have to move. He moves to 44 at the... In fact, it's not the end of the over. There's still a couple of deliveries left. Long forward for this one. A better delivery from Spence and Dawn all over it. 44-55. Driven from Dawn. Past the field at a point. They're going to look for 2. Should get there easily. And the Dawn moves on to 46 at the end of In fact, still a delivery to go. Down 46 of 56. 94 for 1. Spinners have not been able to trouble him. Single to finish. So at the end of 22, it's 95 for 1. So it's Laws in again for his 5th over. Starts off with a dot delivery. Wellington Dawn was closing in on a 50. Right delivery outside the off stump. Full toss, and he's missed there. Not sure if he got an inside edge on that. The umpire says not out. So full toss, and he missed it completely. Closing in on a 50. Dawn does not want to throw it away here. Good delivery there from Hotel Laws. Closing in on the drinks break now. Just about 2 deliveries to go. Time on appeal for every W. Seems to be going down leg. But it seems like Laws has really pitched them in this over. Seems to be in a good rhythm now after getting some time out there. Final delivery before the drinks break. Short and wide, and no bat there. So at the end of over number 23, it's 95 for 1. We're going to take a short break for drinks. Short break for drinks, and we'll be right back after this.
NCC, Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados are now 95 for 1. Solely in control of this game now. Just trying to dig that one into the one side. Joshua Branch. It's now DeMarco Scott into the attack for Jamaica. Continuing to get that turn that we've seen from all of the spinners today. And a bit shorter, and really did turn, and well, it actually went for 4. Not one fielder moved for that delivery. Didn't even realize on the field that it sped away to the boundary, and it brings up a 50 for Joshua Dawn. 51 off of 64 deliveries. Started off quite carefully, but so with that strong defense he has, and later on, as the spinners came on, really started to take to them. That's a short delivery, and it kept low. Joshua Dawn was quite surprised of how low that kept, and was given out by the umpire. LBW would have, in the route of his dismissal there, very short, middle of the pitch basically, and just never got up. Joshua Dawn really perplexed at the proceedings he just saw from what happened with that delivery. He has to go for a well scored, well played 51. 100 for 2 Barbados now. Only trailing by 3 runs, so still firmly in control. It's really not the type of delivery you would want to be facing as any batsman. Really not conditioned to face that sort of low bounce at any point. It always surprise you. Kevion Newton, the new batsman. Honestly, as I saw that delivery come down, I thought he was setting up to hit another boundary, because it was really way too short. Kevion Newton just marks his guard, readies himself. That's too wide to tempt him play at that. Setting up, was ready to play, but never tempted for that one. Better on that occasion from Scott, but still not interested is Newton. So across in Shanali Park, Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 202 and Guyana now are 41 for 2 after just 9 overs. It's not going to be Vittel Laws to continue. Has turned the ball but hasn't quite nailed down a length yet. Meanwhile, Windward Islands will bowl out 434 and Leeward Islands now 26 for 3. Branch goes back to cut that one, but not able to pierce the field. Again, unable to break the shackles this over as yet. Two pretty much new batsmen at the crease. Branch just tickles that one down to mid wicket. Gets himself 2 runs for that effort. That's wide. And Vittel Laws beat us now trail by 1 run. Scott now into his second over after having a successful first over. Continues to turn the ball on that dusty pitch out there. Joshua Branch hands over his strike to Newton. Yorker length delivery from Scott. Just dug that one out with a puff of dust. And this one is high up and straight from Joshua Branch. 4 runs, this time not going in the drain. This went a bit more leg side. It's always good as a batsman when you know that targeting that straight boundary against spinners is usually a preferred method. Minimizes your risk as a batsman instead of going cross bat. He's solidly back in his defense now, Branch. Still a run rate over 4. And now they lead by 4, Barbados. This time just going back and turning that into the leg side. Great strike rotation between these two early on in their innings. No run further to end the 26th over. Branch just acknowledging Newton there by hitting the ball his direction. Ever so gently. Branch goes high over the leg side and gets himself a boundary. This time it's going to be 4 runs. It's too short from Laws and had to be dispatched in that favored area. Favored area where so many balls have been lost over the years. Too short and just so short that still surprised Joshua Branch wasn't able to do much with that delivery. That one was driven down the ground so elegantly by Joshua Branch. Just went past that mid-off fielder, unable to cut it off. Generous flight given from Laws. And just teased the fielder to the boundary, but was always winning the battle with E.J. Spence. Taking some shade there, one of the Jamaica players or staff. Probably better areas to take shade than that. Still a force field of heat around you. DeMarco Scott has a slip backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, deep mid wicket, and long leg. Trying to sneak a single Newton, but David Dewar will not allow it. He's pitched up and defending that forward is Newton. 13 runs now, the lead. Holding the Ascension Barbados with 8 wickets still in hand. Just a bit too straight that occasion, starting it too straight for the turn. Give away 1 run. There's 1 run coming from that over from DeMarco Scott. The northern end, it looks as if Tyreek Bryan is now gonna bring himself into the attack. Captain wants to have a say in proceedings here from a bowling perspective. Has retained the same field that Marco Scott bowled with. And as he has retained that same field, my assumption that he was an off spinner is true. It's too short and, well, was a chance of a catch down in the deep, but not taken. Didn't come forward enough. Scrambling a quick run here, wicket keepers doing all sorts of flips in that region, not looking too comfortable there. Just stretching it out. He's up again. Nelson. He's kept pretty well so far, just gets himself back in position. Really rushed after that ball. No one else in that region was quite able to get to it. No one else in that region, period. And that's just nibbled past his outside edge. And both back on point, both the bowler and wicket keeper working in tandem to produce that beauty. This time a bit shorter, with more bounce. Easily defended. It's 29 overs. Barbados are now 119 for 2. So double off spin into the attack now, with Scott and Brian. This one kept a bit low. And just nervously playing that one into the leg side. Again, keeping really low. Joshua Branch able to work that one down to long leg. Jamaica's pretty much kept the same field for this over plus the last 2 overs. 2 off spinners bowling in tandem now. Seems to be working for them, so no real need to change it. Partnership now up to 20 runs, so looking quite comfortable batting there out there as well. Not too much is happening off the pitch except the odd ball keeping low as we've seen throughout the day. But the turn has not really been unpredictable, just once you play the correct line, should be okay. First over now about to begin, and it's gonna be Brian back into the attack. Bit of an appeal there, but missed by everybody and chased down by one. Chased down by the bowler at the other end, Mr. Scott. Right now, round the wicket. I think this is a good ploy, especially bowling against right-handers. Tend to see it against every left-hander. You see off spinner coming over the wicket, but against the right-handers, it does tend to be a bit underrated, and trying to drive that a bit half-heartedly, just peeled off the outside edge from Branch. Bowler you see a lot who goes round the wicket as an off spinner to right-handers would be Nathan Lyon. So certainly someone who would want to replicate as a right-hand off spinner. Bit of a misfield, but no run in the end. $123 for 2 now. 31 overs have passed by. Only 3.4 overs short of the amount of overs the Jamaica team have been able to survive in that first innings. And already way ahead. Scott continues from the southern end, and Newton just push down to mid-off.
Marcus Scott picking up that wicket of Dawn earlier. Settled into a nice line and length so far. Down the leg side, some bounce and tail on this occasion.
Though there has been turn, it's been pretty predictable turn. The bounce has been the more variable.
Yeah, obviously that one that Dawn got out with, he was set and he was looking good, and then got out with a ball that kept extremely low. You feel a bit slighted by that.
I don't think there was anything he could have done about that. And that's over the leg side. Lofted shot, but easily cleaned up by mid-on.
Not the connection you would have liked.
Of course, he went with the spin, so good batsmanship there. Just one run off that over from DeMarco Scott.
A lot of dust out there on that pitch. You can see off the square. It is going to turn. This time straight down the ground for 4. Good shot from Branch. Down the ground, couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Take Brian. Bowling the skipper. Oh, that one turning sharply back into Kevin Newton. Remember, Newton is the number 5 batsman. Obviously, Greenwich earlier on retired hit. Gets back and pulls, and this one a long way. And in fact, just one bounce into the boundary for 4. But short and waited on it. Knew it was going to turn and put it away nicely. And gets 4 more. So another boundary. Barbados building a nice lead here. This partnership moving nicely now to 33 in fact.
That one just came off the edge there from Newton.
Trinidad and Tobago, after being dismissed for 202. They have Guyana currently batting 63 for 4 in the 14th over. Wicket apiece for Fariz Ali, Adian Racha, Gajada got one and Basan got one as well. And Windward Islands, they were all out for 134. In reply, Leeward Islands are 39 for 4, so this one worked into the offside. Onside, in fact, and get a single.
What we've seen from Barbados so far is that even when wickets have fallen, they've continued to build nicely. That one just uppishly fended from Branch with an awkward bounce, but landing short of that fielder. Even though those wickets have fallen, they haven't allowed that to phase them in their batting response.
Sam off the back foot.
Of course, they're set up in such a position where might even just look to bat once.
Yeah, I think that would be the goal. I think the goal would be to get to that 250, 300 and try to bowl out Jamaica for as little as possible. We've seen how effective the Bajan spinners were and how effective Shaquan Bells was coming back after lunch as well. Picked up 4 wickets in no time. So into the offside for a single. We're back. AJ Spence is gonna. In fact, looks like the skipper. Off the back foot, working it into that deep square field. They're gonna get a single.
But it does look to be G. Spence.
Oh, what a delivery that is, and an appeal for stumping, but Newton unmoved. Good delivery though.
Didn't turn that much. If anything, the lack of turn might have gotten him more than anything. Also allowed that ball to just hold in the air a bit as well. Again, another tossed up one. Run through for easy run. Newton now brings up double figures. While Branch has really gone about his innings at quite a pace here. Well, it's Newton who's on strike.
Spence to continue here. Final delivery of over number 35. Just entered the last hour of play, so 14 overs left in the day's play.
Is it just 14 or a minimum of 15 in that hour?
Well, yeah, I think it's going to be... They're going to try to push through for 15. I think they should get there with spinners on the ball now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the spinners might get them there before that hour is up.
Looks like it's going to be... the skipper switching ends. Tariq Brand.
With a heavy diet of off spin.
Yeah, it has been a heavy diet of off spin, you're right, Dylan. And it's interesting, you know, there's two right-handed batters out there, and even when Dawn was there still, there was just a lot of off spin, and Dawn really took the spinner's on.
Even when Laws was in the attack, it was still turning it into those batsmen.
So flicked away down to deep square leg. Joshua Branch gets a single. He's looked good, Dylan. He's looked comfortable out there. He's played some good shots.
I think all of the Jamaican batsmen have looked quite at ease out there. And just as we were alluding to this morning, it does tend to be easier to bat in the afternoon and evening sessions.
Short and pulled away from Newton. There's a man out there though. We'll feel that deep square as well, and they just get one.
It's almost like a sweep pull.
All short, but it's turning sharply. 141 now. Barbados. 38 run lead. Cut away straight to the man at cover. No run.
continuing to just apply easy pressure onto the Jamaicans, running those singles at will. Just ends the over with 2-dot balls. Early fall of the wicket, 24 runs on the board, then a long partnership ensued for them to get up to 86 runs. And the only other wicket falling at exactly 100, so has been good partnership batting as well.
Newton has been the more quiet of the batsmen, Dylan.
Well, more than likely just because he's new off the batsman, just by a few deliveries, but also just faced a bit less of the strike.
And Branch looking to whip this one down to deep square leg.
I'd say especially with Branch and what we saw earlier from Dawn, they took their time early, but eventually got up to a pretty respectable strike rate.
Yeah, we had a point in time where Dawn that was a good stop there from the Marco Scott. Yeah, there was a bit of time where Dawn was looking like he was just playing the ball under his eyes, looking to not even rotate, just looking to get his eye in, and then came in and hit a couple boundaries in a row. He had a 4, 6, another 4, and a couple more. So he really got set and then started putting away bad deliveries and scoring off the good deliveries as well. On the next side, flicked away. They're going to look for 2 here. And in fact, they settled for 1. I thought they could have gotten 2 there. A bit hesitant.
Maybe taking a bit of toll on them, the heat. Already been together for the partnership of 43 runs.
So that's going to be the end of over number 37. 143 for 2 Barbados. It's going to be the skipper, Brian, to continue from the southern end. Pulled away into the gap. There's a man coming around, but he's not going to be able to stop that, and that is 4 runs. Joshua Branch moves on to 38. Was short and got up at a good height for him to pull the fielder down that deep square. Was never really in the best position to stop that one. Was a bit late to react, and he got 4 runs. Looking at sweep there and appeal. In fact, I don't think it was an appeal. I just think that threw the ball up for no reason really, because they didn't appeal to the umpire. Dot delivery. Down the leg side again. Swept away. The fielder's coming around. It's gonna get close, but picks it up and they just get two. So runs again for Branch. He moves into the 40s now.
'50 partnership now comes up between Newton and Branch. Really going about it. A really well-fashioned approach. Only 85 deliveries it took. Just bouncing a bit extra on that occasion for Newton, but negotiated it well enough. Just look where pitched right. A bit of a dusty area there where what? So the umpire just raised his finger.
Well, soft dismissal really. Right, thank you. It's going to be Gadsden Bowington at number 5 after that soft dismissal of Newton. Looking at it again. To Brian. And just a bit of extra bounce and not much excitement shown by the Jamaicans. It seemed to be tiring now. But I think that wicket might give them a bit of a boost.
Well, certainly the lack of excitement by them was reflected by myself. Quite unaware that that wicket fell.
It was a bit soft, and the umpire was quick to raise his hand though. And that is the end of tough time at the crease for
Just right after that 50 partnership as well. Usually you see batsmen getting the 50 and sort of turning off a bit, getting dismissed right after that landmark. But right as the partnership of 50 came up, he lost that wicket. I'm not too sure he would have known that that 50 partnership came up out there. So
that's going to bring the wicketkeeper Gadsden Bowington at number 5. He's out there to join Branch.
Scott now switches to the northern end. Very economical.
Good delivery again. Scott has been the pick of the bowlers to me for Jamaica today. Brian has been good as well. I think this bowling partnership has seemed to be the one that's brought the most success to this.
It has, and earlier when we saw Scott bowling from the southern end and Brian bowling from the northern end, and not even sure if either of them prefers a specific end, but just the fact that switching them around, you know, 2 off spinners, heavy diet of off spinners, there's always something you can do to switch up the rhythm.
Bowington at number 6. Bowington usually opens the batting in white ball cricket. He's in at number 6 here, the wicketkeeper batter, and he's out there with 2 off spinners bowling. It's going to be interesting to see how he negotiates this next 40 minutes or so.
Of course, that's Bowens and not Bowen like Jared Bowen.
I know that a lot of people around Trinidad and Tobago will be getting ready for Fantasy Premier League. Starts on Friday. Bowen's just driving this one to short cover, no run.
Well, they moved it back to Friday. Always like that Saturday deadline.
The first game, I think Man United play against Fulham on Friday. Oh, this one, good delivery from DeMarco Scott.
I think that's the Man United playing right there.
Yep, the first game is going to be United and Fulham on Friday, and then we're back to a full Saturday of football.
So, feint outside edge there. 1 run for Bowens gets off the mark. Of course, we're going to have options to look at this weekend. The test match starting tomorrow in Guyana as well.
Do you think the West Indies will make any changes to that playing 11?
I was really thinking about that earlier, and given what we see in recent history from them, I don't see them making many changes.
I don't think they're going to drop Joma Warwick, and I think he was a shining star in the last test match.
I think it's a bit of a complicated one because you'd want to play Multi at home, but after that performance, it's a bit harder to play him ahead of Warwick, so it's one of the reasons why I would say with the 2 of them already in the team, it's sort of hard to make those changes.
Yeah, it is true. You got to feel it for Brian Charles. I think he would have deserved an opportunity, but unfortunately it's left out. Warwick did well, and I agree. It's going to be hard for them to drop Moti at home.
Short extra cover comes in now for Bowens.
Also looking at the fast bowling attack, I think it's going to be hard to leave Shamar Joseph out at home as well.
Well, that's one change I think I could see. The difficult one is who do you drop for him?
It's between Joseph and Moti, in my opinion, and I don't think that's necessarily how the West Indies team are thinking. But I think, in my opinion, it's either you play Joseph or you play Moti at home. Either way, the Guyanese fans are going to be both happy and upset because they want to see both their players play.
The thing is, you already have many spin options at your disposal, regardless of if you go with Moti and Warwick or just Warwick, because you have Kevin Hodge, Brathwaite, and Anthony's.
Are you considering Carlos Brathwaite an option?
Well,
Brathwaite, sorry.
He certainly considers himself an option.
That's Brian to bowl again. Good delivery. He's getting some turn still. Is Tyreek Bryan, but it's a bit of slow turn, if anything, not too sharp, especially when the ball is shorter. So Bowens is easily getting behind it. Oh, that one.
Oh, he got that one to turn from a much more leg stump angle.
Those deliveries are always interesting. Bowens gets back and cuts and straight. In fact, he pulled straight to mid-on with no run. Deshaun James is there at the end of 40, 152 for 3. 35 minutes or so left in the day.
And certainly
get
relishing
overs.
bowling at those left hand, at that left hand right now.
Branch closing in on a 50 here. Be well deserved. But he really applied himself well.
Branch continues to look apart and quite undisturbed by full of any wicket at the other end. He's driving that one through cover and bit of a misfeel at that extra cover region. Same dust area. We've seen many fielders struggle today and days before today. Just 2 runs. Is defended back to Scott. Branch caught Scott on that occasion.
Good delivery. Well played from Joshua Branch. 2 deliveries left in the over. It's been an interesting day. I gotta say, it's been a day dominated by the Bajans. I think they'll go into the hotel this afternoon and feel like they're definitely on top of this game.
There's an appeal there, but I honestly thought he got back to that.
Yeah, I think it was more wishful and hopeful than anything else.
It's quicker on that occasion, and Branch quickly turns that away for a single.
So it's good batting though. I'm impressed with the way that the Bajans have played the spin. It's not necessarily an easy wicket to bat on by any means, and I thought they played really, really well to only lose a few wickets to survive for so long.
I think it just sort of eased up a bit the pitch in these last 2 sessions and sort of allowed them to bat a bit easier than what we saw this morning. They've certainly doubled down on the spin. I haven't seen the return of pace quite a while. But as we speak about pace, Silvera just fielded that ball. And just a nervous bit of running, but unable to really make a run out from that.
Missing his run there is the skipper Brian. Pulled away straight to the man, but a misfield at a short square, and the fielder out at deep square picks up. Then they get 1. Branch moves on to 46, closing in on that 58 still, getting nearer and nearer. Dawn get his half century and then get out the very next delivery. So one that kept low and slowed up on him, and really was a difficult delivery to maneuver. Not one turning sharply away. A good delivery there from Tyreek Bryan.
Just changing up that angle, coming over the wicket to the left-hander now. That was way too short, and Bowens just stood up and pulled that with authority. pretty much meeting him at chest height.
What was easy about that one for him is that it bounced predictably, and it's when it hit the pitch, it just slowed up. It was some slow tune. You could have waited on it and pick your spot, and did that well. Takes the score now to 160. Bowens gets his first boundary.
It gave him the time and he utilized that time. Didn't try to rush his shot.
The lead moves now to 57 runs.
Scott continuing. Just looking to work that ball with the spin. Not going to do anything too fancy. Unable to pace the field through deliveries so far. But now just got a bit of bat on that one. And looks like he's going to come back for 2. Now moves up to 48.
On the leg side again, looking for the singles non-striker Bowens, but Branch was not interested. He's stuck on 48 now at the end of over number 43. It's 162 for 3.
One hits that one high and straight to mid-on. It's a soft dismissal. Barnes would not be happy with that.
Yeah, it was short. It was turning away from him and just slicing it and not getting the best connection. And Deshaun James easily picked it up. And that is the fall of wicket number 4. Bowens goes for 5 of 12. Read. It's going to be Shaquan Bell. Picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. He's now in with the bat at number 7 for Barbados. Obviously, Greenwich, sorry, he retired, so That's why there's only 4 wickets down. So it's Bell interfaces first delivery. Brian just picking up his second wicket. And that one turning sharply past the bat. Down the leg side, and there's no contact. Bit of turn and bounce. Bell is a tall batsman. That one just tucking him up a bit. Sharp turn and bounce.
Bell is certainly tall enough to ring the bell.
Well kept out again. Brian getting that sharp turn now. When he puts some more revs into it, when he pulls it a bit quicker, it is turning sharply. Fuller this time, definitely going down leg.
Good to see him pitching it up early on in Bell's innings. It's enticing him, making sure he keeps bat in front of the wickets. And well, that's pulled wonderfully into the leg side, and it's gonna go away. A few bounces for 4 runs. Just dissected those 2 deep fielders. Off the mark with a boundary. Lead continues to build. 63 runs. Barbados are now ahead by. Now it's all about Branch, who's on 48.
Here he is facing up to Scott. Ooh, that one getting some bounce now. 166 for 4.
Of course, we have seen 150 already in this match, and so in the other matches, Charles has a 50.
Ooh, that time again. Bit of bounce. Getting off the glove of Joshua Branch.
That would be Luvio Charles, as well as Brendan Boodoo. So 50s in each match, but sort of evaded me while looking through the score. The Leewards have actually been bowled out for 64.
Well, Windward Islands. 134 that they scored in the first innings turns out to be extremely big.
4 for 21 for Cody Fontel.
Has a big sweep at this one. A big slog sweep is high in the air, and it goes all the way for 6. What a way to bring up your 50. Raise your bats. Well, it was a leg delivery, and his eyes lit up was Joshua Branch, and hit it all the way over mid-wicket for 6. 5 fours and a 6 is 83 balls he's faced, 54.
Sort of almost punched the ground at the end of his shot there. Let's have another look at it. Punched the ground just to stabilize himself.
Good shot there to bring up your 50. Good delivery again. That's on the off start line. Looks like there's going to be a change in bowling from the northern end, the southern end in fact. Looks like it's going to be
Laws coming back.
yeah, this is going to be Patel Laws. It's going to be interesting though with the left-hander in now, getting that ball to turn away from. In fact, Bell is a right-hander as well, so
Wonder if Law's family has any lawyers in it.
Barbados on the 17th lead by 69 runs now. Lost 7 overs for 34. Definitely not his best spell by any stretch of the imagination. Deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Mid on, mid off. A cover, short mid wicket, backward point, backward square and a slip. Left that cover region open.
I think at times Laws has just gone a bit too wide. Maybe trying to stride for a bit more spin than can achieve.
Just about 15 minutes left in the day, 3 or 4 overs. Maybe 5. That one a googly. That one going the other way. Let's have a look at that again. Full toss and well, Bell just pushing it to the fielder cover. Just about 15 minutes as we mentioned till the end of the day's play. Think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 3 overs after this, which is, you got to think that they're just playing survival at this point in time. Get to the end of the day's play without losing a wicket. We saw in the first innings that right before lunch they lost 2 wickets with Jamaica, and then right after lunch they lost 4 quickly from Bell. They lost 5 quickly in fact.
Right before drinks in the first session as well.
And an appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Bandari.
Didn't you alluding to how you said it's just a game of survival here, just looking to leave that ball. Especially since Branch has already breached his 50 landmark. No need to do anything rash. Again, pitching it a bit straighter now. More threatening.
That's the end of the over. The end of 46, 172 for 4.
Scott continues, and that one is driven to mid-off. Cleans it up. 1 run. Brings Bell back on strike.
To Marcus Scott. Off the back foot is Bell and pushes it into the offside.
Pull that one high over deep mid wicket, and it's going to run away from the fielder down there. Shaquan Bell is not going to just sit back and wait for the end of play to come. He's going to look to attack. It's a bit too short, and but away for 4 valuable runs. And a bit fuller and keeping low as well. Yeah, a bit more bounce now. No bat having made contact, so just a dot delivery. It's bouncing a bit more off a relatively full length. Looks like they're calling for something out there. Running repairs to wicketkeeper Nelson, and he's ready to settle into the final proceedings to be dealt out on this first of 2 days.
down the ground. They're going to look for a single and they get there easily. 56 for Branch. Really good innings he's played there. It's not been easy at all out there. You gotta really respect the innings that Branch has played and the innings that Joshua Dawn played earlier.
Really difficult to pick between the two innings, especially when you look at how Dawn's innings came to an end. Could have still been batting out there if not for that ball that just kept quite low.
Let's see the Jamaicans looking a bit flat out there, looking a bit tired. It's not been an easy day for them by any means. See, Law's frustrated there.
Frustrated but still animated. Passed ever so close to the off stump. Ripping that ball ferociously. Again is quite excited. Good to see the excitement at least at this juncture of play.
Don't think it's excitement, Dylan. I feel like it's more frustration. Like, he's been bowling well and he's just not getting any results. No wickets for him.
There's a thin line between excitement and frustration. It's as thin as the lines we see out there, marking the crease, continually blown away with each passing wind.
You can see that pitch looks so dusty now. If it's thinning this much on day one, you can only imagine what's going to happen tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, good thing we're not going up to day 5.
This is a day 5 wicket in all honesty. This one outside the off stump. And he's going to get a single. It's Bell, in fact. Branch was interested in 2, but Bell settles for 1. 1 delivery to go. Over
Branch.
number 48.
Branch must be really fit, wanting to go for 2 runs at this point of the day after batting for so long. Of course, Bell would have put in a shift of great overs as well, so
Yeah, he came out after lunch and made a real difference. Picked up 4 wickets. Drives on the outside edge. Down to a backward point. They get a single. So 48 overs of play now complete. Barbados under 17. Lead by 77 runs now to score. 180 for 4. Scoring at over 4. Just at about 4 runs and over. 3.75. And what seems to be the final over of the day. It's going to be a fast bowler, it seems. Might be Roach. In fact, might be the Sean James. I'm not quite sure. It's going to be Perico Henry, actually. Picked up a wicket or 2 earlier on.
at the first breakthrough of the innings earlier.
6 overs for just 11 runs and a wicket.
That sort of mirrors Roach actually. He bowled his 6 overs earlier for 1 wicket and 11 runs.
Flicked away nicely from Branch, just running in to the boundary. Slows down now and stops. They're going to get 3 at this late stage of the game. What good running is that? 3 runs for Joshua Branch. He moves on to 59.
Well, certainly the conditions would be taken toll on both the batsmen and the fielders. So the batsmen took advantage of the fielders in that instance. Well, they just ran 2.
I played there from so here's Bell. 4 deliveries left in the day's play. Bell just forward on defense. They don't want to lose a wicket now. That one almost hitting the helmet on the way through. Is going to run into the boundary for 4. From bad to worse here for Jamaica.
They'd certainly be thankful it didn't hit the helmet. They've just added insult to injury.
And it seems like the ball has gone into the drain again.
Certainly that's the only moisture we've seen today.
Well, what's going to happen here? Because there's just 2 deliveries left in the day.
Well, Scott seems quite happy about it. Did a bit of a dance and now just running through his action.
Umpire Simon Arun heading out there.
Well, he hasn't had much to do. Seems excited to get into the action now. I've been coming to the NCC for a few months now, and it's the first time I've seen a ball go into that drain, and
Well, I've
Twice in
been coming
one
to
day.
the MCC for probably it's about 9 years now, and today was the first time I've seen it happen, and then to see it happen again, extraordinary stuff. There's 2 deliveries to go.
and both times it was Barbados batting as well. And we've seen it from when bowlers were in action at either end as well.
Solid as ever, Shaquan Bell. Driven nicely. And looks like they're going to get 1. In fact, they're going to turn for 2 now, and they get 2 easily. So that seems to be it. I'm not quite sure yet. And yep, that looks like it. So that's the end of the day's play. Barbados closing today on 189 for 4 on 49 overs. Shaquan Bell 11 not out of 25. But that man Joshua Branch 59 not out of 88 deliveries. Barbados a lead of 86. Dylan, what do you think about the position that they're in going into day 2?
I think going into D2 they look to bat just once and try to get Jamaica out there and dismiss them as quickly as they can, because they're already ahead and still 6 wickets in hand. Of course, there's also Greenwich, who could still come back out to bat as well, so in a really top position here, Barbados. And what do you think Jamaica would have to do differently tomorrow?
I think they're gonna have to be a bit more consistent in the lines that they've been bowling. I think especially the spinners, they've been too short throughout the day. Need to get a bit fuller, attack the stumps, attack the pads more, be a bit more aggressive in going for these wickets. They want to wrap this up as quick as they possibly can. I think that's going to be one of the deciding factors of tomorrow. The wicket is going to continue to turn. Might have a little bit of preparation moisture in the morning, so that's something to note as well. So it's going to be an interesting day too. So at the end of the day, 189 for 4 Barbados. They lead by 86 runs. We'll join you back here bright and early tomorrow morning for coverage of day 2 of this exciting encounter between Barbados under 17 and Jamaica under 17. Goodbye for now.